Okay, so there you have it. That was the latest press conference. In fact, the first one of the morning hours. Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in Tallahassee at the state's EOC. We learned a lot from that.
So much information, and he talks about resources, and he gets down to the nitty gritty, and then he steps to the side, and other officials from FDOT, from FHP, give their assessment. One of the things that jumped out at me towards the end of this briefing was that having to do with water pressure. He said 4 out of 5 hospitals, they're looking to stabilize that situation. Water tankers have been brought in, et cetera. And also they're looking at the fact that there was, separate story here, no state assets where the Tropicana field, that roof, I don't know if we have that in a double box we can show, the roof of Tropicana field kind of, well, actually they did peel away part of it.
Right.
And he said that it could sustain up to 110 miles per hour, but there was a back and forth about whether their state resources were there, cots, whatever. He said all that stuff had already been removed before that happened.
That's good news. And he also said it didn't impact what they're doing now as they're going about and doing the restoration. Something that jumped out to me is when he talked about the bridges, right? So a lot of folks here, perhaps they've evacuated from that side of things at the state. He said they already inspected and reopened 2 of them, main bridges, the Gandy and Howard Franklin. Still, there is debris, though, on the Sunshine Skyway, so they need to get to that next. That is certainly closed, as well as the Courtney Campbell Causeway. Also, they're looking at some debris right now.
And also, too, the numbers that the governor and his folks gave on the power outages thus far match what you have been tracking, what we have been tracking throughout the morning. So that's interesting to see that we were on that. And this is no surprise here. We were expecting these numbers to keep getting higher and higher throughout the morning.
He said it was significant, but not the worst case scenario. Certified meteorologist Maureen McCann is joining us now live from the Weather Center. I know you have a picture of downtown over your shoulder, downtown Orlando. Do you agree with that assessment? Significant, but not the worst case scenario?
Yeah, and I think we're still going to be seeing reports and pictures and videos coming in too, so that will help us assess things further. But yeah, I do think our rainfall totals were higher with Ian. I know no 2 storms are alike, and every storm presents different risks and hazards, and we need to take them all very seriously. And even still now in Orlando with the roads that are slick, we still encourage people to stay put because there may be down trees and power lines, and we will be monitoring that throughout the morning. If you are keeping track of Milton, we are saying goodbye to it. It is still a hurricane 75 miles to the east-northeast of Cape Canaveral as of 8 o'clock this morning, and the last of the rain pushing down the I-95 corridor along the St. Johns River, along the 417, still some rain, but drying out to the west. There are still some gusty squalls here. The wind speeds are not nearly as high as they were about 2 hours ago, but they are still going to be gusty for us. Been adding up some of the preliminary rainfall totals spanning 2 days, and many places did get a foot. A lot of this did align with our model guidance going into the storm, as we were saying it was going to be north of I-4 and close to the I-4 corridor. Some of that heavy rain in Flagler County and Volusia County get some of the highest totals as well. Now we are going to be looking ahead to drier weather on the back side of this with lower humidity going forward. But remember, water levels will still be rising. It takes a while for a lot of our rivers to crest, and there are still flood concerns due to the heavy rain overnight. These highlighted polygons here represent where we still have some flood warnings, but the watches have been taken down for several of our counties. We'll be back at 9/11 with more weather on the ones. We do want to assess things out on the roads with Nicole Griffin, who's been watching things in terms of traffic. Nicole, we normally don't see roads this clear this time of the day, but it's good that people are staying home, heeding those advisories, but also you're assessing conditions now that it's daylight.
Yes, Maureen, that's definitely great, and it is mostly the case, but we are seeing some issues on I-4. We saw a crash here that we're looking at. Again, this is why they're advising you to stay off the road. It's unclear if this was weather related, but again, first responders have other things to deal with right now, as now that we can see what Hurricane Milton left behind. They're still asking for people to stay off the road at this time because of that. And I'll give you a look at some other places here on I-4. Let me see if I can pull up. So this is I-4 eastbound here, right near SeaWorld in the Williamsburg area. If you can see this puddle here, that is water on the roadway. It's also pooling here and off on the side here. Every time someone drives by, it's a big wave. Again, you don't want to drive through any standing water, so it's best just to give it a little bit more time. Now, we just heard from the governor. We learned some more information from him. He says they have about 320 FDOT crews out on the roadways helping with cleanup, especially in areas like on our cameras were impacted by the storm. But we've seen a lot of reports on I-95 over in Volusia County, Flagler County, and in Brevard of trees on I-95 blocking lanes. So I'm sure the crews will tackle that now that daylight is here. They also have about 150 bridge inspectors that are out, and he said, please, you know, they've got electrical, fire, EMS crews out there, and it's best. There goes, you can see the water there. But it's best to just stay off the road. Don't do this so those crews can get out and do what they need to do this morning. But we'll keep you posted. We'll keep bringing you live images so you don't have to go out there and check it out yourself. So stay with us. For now, reporting live in the traffic center, Nicole Griffin, Spectrum News.
All right, such good advice. Thanks so much, Nicole, for that live report. And she's looking at all the roadways. She's had her eye on that for hours now. You know, one of the hardest hit areas that we've seen in terms of the sun came up, we saw some of that immediate damage, was actually surprisingly in Brevard County.
And that's what we're talking about right now and focusing on the information and the images that Greg Pallone and his photographer John Shaban have gathered before the sun came up and after.
Milton is leaving the east coast of Florida, but certainly it's a long goodbye as the city of Cocoa Beach is undergoing some high winds and surf as we speak, and already on top of the damage created yesterday to these buildings as Milton was approaching the western coast of Florida and its outer bands causing storms to create this damage. This supercuts here on A1A just destroyed on the inside. On the other side, Florida Eye Associates also damaged on the inside. The next building over, Wells Fargo, its roof ripped off during those strong storms that were preceding Milton arriving here on the Space Coast. Just what we're dealing with now, heavy rain, strong winds, all on the backside of this once very powerful hurricane. But again, power lines are down, lots of different things going on. The safety, you want to make sure if you do get out and about that you're safe and abiding by your local city emergency management officials. But again, this storm certainly left its mark here on the city of Cocoa Beach. There's wrapped metal all around parking lots. There's debris everywhere. Cleanup is going to be long, but they'll definitely get through it at some point with this beachside community. Heard about a lot of other damage in other places, but not as bad. The main thing right now for the Space Coast is to get this storm out of the way so all these high winds and rain can stop. In Brevard County, Florida, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News.
And we're staying on the coastal counties. From Brevard County, we're going to Flagler County, where we have one of our colleagues with more information.
Yeah, that's right. Our Jacqueline Harold joins us now live. We've seen her throughout the day, different spots in and out of the EOC. Jackie, what's going on there right now?
Well, yeah, we just moved a little ways. We're now on US 1, and you can see traffic is going by. So I'm going to step to the side so I can get a little further from the road. But we're right here in front of Palm Coast RV Park. We just spoke to one of the managers, Christy Davis, and she tells us about 74 spots are taken in this RV home, about 2 people per RV. And she tells us that once she knew that Hurricane Milton was coming, they made the decision to make everyone evacuate the park. And a good thing they did, she said to me, because look at all of this flooding. She said that in previous storms, long rain storms, they've had the pond kind of fill up with water, but nothing to this magnitude. Now, we were across the street just talking to her and walked a little ways through the water, and it's well past my ankles, pretty close to the calf as well. When you walk further in, she tells us this one entrance completely flooded out, really preventing anyone from being able to get through there, that she would advise at least. Again, she says that everyone did evacuate to her knowledge, so she's happy and just grateful that no one was stuck in this. She said that they've been able to make contact with all of the tenants here in the RV park and let them know that they'll have to remain wherever they are until a lot of this water recedes. But again, no lives lost. which she's thankful for. Doesn't really look like any major damage done to the RVs at this angle or from where we're standing, but just lots and lots of water, which we know we got overnight. And you can see parts of the gate is also broken. Some of that water even further down the street starting to spill into the road as well. So as these cars pass us, they get to the end of the road and they kind of start to slow down with a lot of that water in the road as well. Live in Flagler, Jacqueline Harold, Spectrum News.
Thank you, Jackie, for that live report. My goodness, to see so much water, and so good that so many of those folks heeded those warnings and they got out.
Absolutely right. Stay with us here on Spectrum News 13. We'll be right back with our continuing live coverage only on Spectrum.
Local weather is brought to you by Bob Steele Chevrolet. See steel before you make any deal. Visit us at bobsteelchevy.com.
Watch all month long as Spectrum News 13 celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. This is Community. This is Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum. This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Klystron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection, available on all of your favorite devices.
Welcome to MedFast Urgent Care. We are Brevard County's largest urgent care network. MedFast is now open at 7:30 a.m. every day. That's right, 7:30 a.m. every day. We will get you in and out so you can get back to your day. When you are sick or injured, MedFast is here for you. 7 days a week. Think fast, think MedFast. With 18 locations, there's a MedFast near you.
Thank you, MedFast.
I'm AJ Hires Boniface Hires Mitsubishi in Melbourne, Florida, where you get up to $7,500 off new Mitsubishis or 0% financing. That's right, $7,500 off or 0% financing. And Boniface Hires Mitsubishi is the only Mitsubishi dealer to give you a warranty forever, where we've spent over $1.5 million paying out-of-warranty claims for our customers. Boniface Hires Mitsubishi, US 1 Melbourne, Florida, home of warranty forever. Thank you. Log on to BonifaceHiresMitsubishi.com.
I had a spot on my arm that wouldn't heal, so I called the Dermatology Institute.
The Dermatology Institute of Brevard, with Dr. Cynthia Howson, board-certified dermatologist, treating a wide variety of skin conditions. Dr. Howson personally supervises all care.
Here at the Institute, we study, diagnose, and treat all skin problems, giving people their confidence back.
Now my grandkids are all I worry about.
The Dermatology Institute of Brevard, skin care for the whole family.
Klystron 13 weather forecast is brought to you by Freedom Air. With freedom comes choices. When your AC needs repair, choose Freedom Air.
9/11, meteorologist Maureen McCann here in the Weather Center with Chris Gilson and Zach Covey also with us this morning, assessing viewer photos coming in on the Spectrum News app. There's been a lot of them, and we really appreciate you sharing these, of course, doing so when you are in a safe place. Anthony said he was taking his dog out, and this was the scene there outside his house, a tree down in the Holden Heights neighborhood. You can see how that is just pulling the grass up from the ground. The ground's so saturated from the rain, this is what we were concerned about, the trees coming down with those strong winds. Fortunately, the winds are coming down. This is a look at current wind speeds and recent peak gusts, which have still been strong in Daytona Beach to 41 miles per hour, but that is nothing to the extent of what you were seeing earlier. The top one that we've observed in Daytona Beach has been 87 miles per hour. A buoy near Ponce Inlet, I believe, was 83 miles per hour, and then 78 for Sanford, for Melbourne, should I say. Sanford, that is hurricane strength at 74 miles per hour. The rainfall amounts in the last 24 hours, highest right along the I-4 corridor and to the north. We're not adding as much to them right now, but it is still raining for areas of Volusia County, East Seminole County, along the St. Johns River towards Bithlo and Christmas, Port St. John, Sharps, and Titusville. Getting some rain. The intensity, though, not what it was earlier, but there's still some gusty conditions embedded within there. Dry air on the back edge of Milton, evident based on the clear drop-off in the rain as it moves across the I-4 corridor. Milton, by the way, pulling away into the Atlantic, still a hurricane with winds of 85 miles per hour. We're able to drop the rain chances going forward after this all moves out. Yes, there will still be some lingering showers along the coast, but for cleanup the next few days, weather will largely cooperate, especially with the lower humidity building in. And we can see that on the feature cast, the lower humidity, drier air arriving, and it's here to stay for several days. I really don't see any big opportunities for wet weather going forward throughout the next week. So today will be on either side of 80 degrees going forward. This early rain and strong wind, those wind speeds will be coming down as the day progresses. That's a trend that continues into the overnight hours as skies clear. But check out these low temperatures tonight. And this is really going to help for those without power and without AC, because the humidity will be down and lows even in the low 60s in Marion County. By the way, speaking of power outages, we're going to be checking in on these numbers throughout the morning, and we're able to assess those here within our weather data. And you can see the numbers. They've been climbing for all of our counties, hundreds of thousands without power. Each county is affected in some way, with some of the highest numbers there over in Hillsborough and Pinellas counties. So we're looking at the conditions in the greater Orlando area for the next couple of days involving sunshine, and that's how we see it in the weekend forecast. Let's focus on what's happening outside right now from the perspective of Nicole Griffin in the traffic center. Nicole, you've been watching the cameras, not really focused on traffic. There isn't any. People are taking the advice and staying home, but there's probably a lot that you can still see from those cameras.
Good morning, Maureen. Yeah, it's great to see that most people are staying home, but as you can see, some people still are coming out and are dealing with some of the issues left behind by Hurricane Milton. For example, this is I-4 eastbound in the Williamsburg area right near SeaWorld, and as you can see, there is a little bit of flooding here on I-4. That seems to be an issue all the way out to Volusia County. Again, you don't really want to drive through water like this because you don't know how deep it is, and also you don't know if there's any debris in there. So emergency officials are asking you to stay home right now until they get out and assess the damage and clear any roadways that need to be clear. I also want to give you a look here in Palm Bay. This is I-95 southbound in Brevard. As you can see, there is a lot of wind still in this area. In Central Florida, we're still feeling the back end of Milton there towards the coast. So again, windy conditions, not the time to be out driving, but emergency officials say they are working on it. We just heard from Governor DeSantis, who said there are about 320 FDOT crews out right now to clean up debris. We have been getting a lot of reports on I-95 along the coast of trees down, but our cameras over there were affected by the storm, so we can't pull that up, but we're seeing just all the way up to Port Orange from Brevard, trees down, so just keep that in mind if you have to head that way. However, they're asking, just give them a little bit of time. Don't rush to head back home if you evacuated. Wait till you get the all clear from them that it's safe to do so, but we'll keep you updated throughout the morning, so stay with us. For now, reporting live in the traffic center, Nicole Griffin, Spectrum News.
Nicole, for that live report. So from Central Florida, looking at conditions, we head to the West Coast, checking on things now throughout the morning hours.
Our Angie Andrews continues our team coverage here of Hurricane Milton on Spectrum News 13. Let's go ahead and figure out what she is seeing right now, because we see some sort of debris behind you.
Damage here. We just moved just south of downtown Bradenton. We've done live for you all morning long, and I want to show you the latest victim of that 102-mile wind gust. Take a look at this. Wow, this is a gas station, a 7-Eleven gas station on the Tamiami Trail just south of downtown Bradenton. You can see that pole just could not manage to hold up the weight of the gas station that got taken there, that canopy. And we just saw the owner come on back over to the gas station here, and she's taken her very first look inside as well to see what the inside damage of that property looks like. Just a very serious situation. And we know that there's little scattered pieces really everywhere that you look of this gas station canopy. You have to imagine what it looked like overnight. If you look straight across the street there, 50 yards away, you can see that yellow, green, and red, that token 7-Eleven colors stuck up against people's fences and in their yards because of just how far The wind pushed everything last night. A huge mess here, a very serious situation, and this is one of many, many spots here in the Bradenton area that sustained some pretty serious damage. We know the crew here. I just talked to the owner. She says that, of course, this is her store. This really hurts her heart. She wants to get things back up and running as soon as possible. We certainly feel for them. A lot of people here this morning in very similar situations. Back to you at the desk.
Okay, so Angie Andrews providing some pretty eye-opening images, and it's like a bomb went off is how I can best describe it, because when you have such force that island over you when you go get gas or go to the convenience store 7-Eleven, it's just flipped upside down, chunks of it across the street. This is no joke. It's interesting because she is located in a very interesting spot about, was like 38 minute drive from where the eye took in and where it made landfall.
You know, she talked about winds of up to what, 100, 110 miles per hour. So we've seen these flipped over images, unfortunately, before of these gas stations. You know, it is like paper to lift it off, but still very shocking to see that. And she has shown us such very different images as she's traveled around, from high water in certain places to sandbags that kept water out of other places.
Trees toppled over.
That's right. And it's wild to see what the West Coast got and even some of our East Coast got. So we continue to check on all the impacts throughout our region.
Let's continue now our team coverage at 9:19 with, I'm just trying to figure out, okay, Brandon Green is joining us now. Yes, we have Brandon usually covering sports, but now he's covering the very latest on the wrath of this hurricane. So walk us through where you are and what you're seeing right now, my friend.
Thanks, guys. Here at West Seminole Boulevard, it is turned into a river here in Sanford. I'm going to step out the way so you get a closer look. There's still people rolling through like this is a stroll in the park or a slip and slide. We would highly advise against that. We spoke to one resident who said that the water started coming in around 1 a.m. this morning, and he expects it to get worse before it gets any better. Now, what's the problem is Lake Monroe is still rising because we still have rain and everything that we're dealing with. So even like people strolling through and we saw people even walking through this, you don't know what is in this water. And when you even think about like Lake Monroe and everything that could come with this, it's just not good. And we would highly advise people just rolling through. But this is the scene here at West Seminole Boulevard. Brandon Green reporting for Spectrum News 13.
Thanks so much, Brandon, for that. You saw it there. That was it, the lake spilling over onto the waterway,
and this roadway. I wanted to know about everyone and everything, but in my top three, this was in there because we've seen this before. And I wanted to talk to Brandon, but I know with the audio and the rain and everything, it's kind of nutty. But in years past, we've seen people frolicking, doing their thing, and here comes a gator. That happened before near that area. So you have to be very, very careful. I do like how the way he described it. This is not a slip and slide.
No.
Not a slip and slide.
And I feel like it begs then going back to the governor's press conference when he mentioned, hey, as you go out and about and do that post-storm cleanup and start to assess things, even bacteria can be carried in some of this water. So you really don't want to be sloshing around. I know some people think it's fun sometimes, but it could be really harmful. So stay out of that way. Let's switch gears now and go back to the Weather Center. Certified meteorologist Maureen McCann joins us now live again for the latest. And what is behind you? Flagler. Okay, what's going on there?
Yeah, this is a viewer video, and we've received a lot of these. We really appreciate these coming in. And this is from Linda Hershey saying that this area was underwater after Nicole and Irma and Matthew, but people are outside this morning. Said they're walking around. So I guess that's good. It's not as bad as it was in those situations. But of course, there is still time for water to rise in some areas. This is some video coming in from Flagler Beach near the 9-hole golf course off of A1A. I was just looking at some of the rainfall totals from the cooperative observers in the area from the Coco Ross Network. The highest one that I could find within our immediate coverage area is DeBerry, 14.73 inches. Oviedo, just over a foot of rain. New Smyrna Beach, 11.09, and we should continue to see these numbers come in as observers get access to their rain gauges, and that really does help tell the story and help validate what we've been seeing on Klystron 13. So we've been dealing with the rain, we've been dealing with the wind. The wind speeds are coming down, finally seeing calm being reported in some sites. So that is welcome news, because it's taken a while for these winds to completely drop off for Daytona Beach and Melbourne, but that's going to be coming as Milton gets further away. This comes after peak gusts to 87 miles per hour, and you can see where the strongest winds were over Volusia County and over sections of Brevard County, some of those just within the last couple of hours. So the rainfall amounts that we have been observing within these areas, I just show you some of the numbers, anywhere from 8 to 12 up to 15 inches, but we're not adding much more to it. But even though the rain is winding down and the winds are going to be gradually easing today, it's still just not safe to be outside in these conditions, not safe because of the potential for power lines that could be down, additional trees coming down with the saturated ground, and then we're adding on just a little more rain for areas east of the I-4 corridor. So rain and wind this morning, improving dramatically tomorrow and this weekend. We'll be sure to show you that 7-day coming up too to help you plan ahead. Let's get over to the traffic center right now, though, to Nicole, who is watching the cameras, watching the roadways, and assessing any damage that you might happen to see near any of those camera locations.
Good morning, Maureen. Yeah, we are seeing damage, and the main message coming from officials really across our area is please stay off the roads right now until they can get out there and assess that. And another reason is because their crews are busy and you know, need help dealing with people who needed help during the hurricane. But we do have some people who are not listening, are ending up on I-4, and then need help from first responders. That is not advised at this time. We understand that you've been cooped up, you want to go out, but this is not the time to do that just yet. Also want to give you another look at I-4. This is in the Williamsburg area. This is near SeaWorld. You can see there is flooding on the exit ramp there, and you never want to drive through that. You don't know how deep it could be. You don't know what debris is in there, and that is doesn't seem to be causing issues for drivers driving through that in the last few minutes. So you can see someone's about to drive through it right now, but this is not great to do this to your car and then cause the flooding to just spread out. So again, you don't want to do this. Thankfully, this person is driving slowly, but we'll keep an eye on all the damage for you. We'll talk about I-95 the next time we come to you, so stay with us. This traffic update will be coming up to you soon, but we are live in the traffic center right now. Nicole Griffin, Spectrum News.
All right, thanks so much, Nicole, for that live report and giving us, again, that important information, and still staying off the roadways. If you don't need to be on them, just don't.
Absolutely right. Good advice. Earlier, hours ago, and now, because they're trying to figure things out. So let's go ahead and check in now with Jason Lanning. He's joining us on the other side of I-4. And earlier, he was showing us some sort of roadway that one side looked one way and the other side of the road looked completely different.
Some streets here in the city of Tampa are high and dry, but others are not. It has been a chaotic start to the day after Hurricane Milton. First responders right now still scrambling to assess some of the hardest hit pockets of the city. Distant alarms, abandoned and debris-filled streets. That's the sights and sounds of Tampa early this morning. Thousands are without power and many roads are impassable. Downed trees and power lines block Morris Bridge Road just north of I-75. The river north of this is flooding too. Further south near University Mall, the sheriff's office used airboats on North 22nd Street for search and rescue. Even pockets of Fletcher, Fowler, and Bruce B. Downs east of 275 that never see flooding are underwater. And there are downed trees everywhere. In Carrollwood, this tree fell just feet from our photographer Chris McDonald's car overnight. Another fell across Gunn Highway. Tampa's first day after Hurricane Milton is set to be a long one, with this just being a small slice of the large metropolitan area. Sporadic roadways across the city of Tampa may remain closed for several hours, if not the entirety of the day. It will take quite a while for the torrential rainfall flooding to drain off. Until then, first responders are asking people to stay off local roadways. On scene in Tampa, Jason Lanning, Spectrum News.
Coming back, our extended Hurricane Milton coverage continues. We have weather, the very latest as we continue to track the storm, even though it is far off of our coast, and traffic with our Nicole Griffin. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Spectrum News 13's marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
This sponsorship is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
For the people.
What if you never had to worry about what you could do? Because you could do anything. What if all the things that get in your way were gone? So the only thing left was possibility. If anywhere could be the center of everywhere, and boundaries only existed to be pushed. If every single drop of potential could be made real. So the only limit you faced was how big you could dream. And say you knew there were like almost 100,000 people across the country, right in your town, committed to making that happen. Every day. What would you do then? Some pretty cool stuff, I bet. Yeah, that'd be some life. That'd be life unlimited.
Chinese fentanyl is a silent killer, putting too many folks 6 feet under without warning. It's time to do something about it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with deadly Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. We can't wait. It's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Get the facts at yeson3.com.
Nervous, confused, overwhelmed. An unplanned pregnancy brings many emotions, but one thing you never have to feel is overwhelmed. We're here to help you understand your options and plan your future. Florida provides life-saving protections, judgment-free care, and free resources. Last year, the state of Florida provided nearly 400,000 services to pregnant women and their families. To speak to someone who cares, call 866-673-HOPE.
Everybody, it's bottom of the hour, 9:30. So glad that you're with us. There's so much to get to, so many pieces of video, so many photos, so many interviews from folks that we have fanned out on the west coast of the Central Florida area, inland, and of course the East Coast.
That's right. Ebeth Burswell, Julie Gargana. If you're just joining us now live, we have been going at it wall to wall, as we say it, never-ending coverage as this extended coverage continues of Milton. There's meteorologist Maureen McCann tracking the very latest. One thing to note, is it still a hurricane as of now?
Yeah, winds of 85 miles per hour. And the track still has it maintaining hurricane strength as it pulls away. It eventually will become post-tropical as it moves into the Atlantic, but it is not going to be impacting us directly anymore as it gets further and further away. Aside from the next high tide cycle and the threat of any additional flooding that could occur along the Flagler and Volusia and Brevard County coast. This is the Alexis of Winter Park cam. I know it's hard to see, but at least we're still getting a picture from our camera here, especially after Daytona Beach had winds up to 87 miles per hour with a high gust. Now, we still have hurricane warnings that are posted along the East Coast. Those have been replaced by tropical storm warnings inland, so they haven't been discontinued yet for places like Lake, Seminole, Orange, Osceola counties east. Marion, Sumter, Polk counties have been removed from all tropical products, which means there's still the potential for our winds, our lingering winds on the backside, to still be of tropical storm strength, which is 39 miles per hour or greater. And then we still have ongoing flood concerns. There are numerous flood warnings posted, or flash flood warnings, should I say, because of the residual rainfall and the Rain that fell overnight, and we're still adding to it, but more light to moderate overall. Julia had asked earlier, is it still a hurricane? Here it is, looking much more disorganized as it encountered that wind shear, and that was all part of the forecast as it moved across the state quickly. It's currently moving to the east-northeast, getting further away from Cape Canaveral. This is all we have left, this lingering band of rain on the eastern side of the peninsula. The most intense rain is over, the most intense wind is over, and those wind speeds in Brevard County are really coming down because I know they were howling the last couple of hours. Notice how dry it is on the backside of this system. So that is what's taking over. Once we get through any leftover rain today and the leftover wind, we will be transitioning back to brighter skies. But notice those wind speeds are still going to be noticeable today. They will gradually come down, though, this afternoon and evening. All right, now we're going to send it back to Ebeth and Julie. I know there's a lot to cover in the aftermath of Milton.
Okay, Brevard County leaders, thank you for that, Maureen, are working around the clock. That's an understatement. Watching now that we can see the impacts, the sun has come up, making sure they are ready safely to respond to any emergencies.
We have a live interview right now for you. We're joined by Don Walker. He's with Brevard County. You are with the Brevard County Government Communications, the director. Thank you so much, Mr. Walker, for being with us this morning. So we want to talk about the extent of damage. What are some of the reports that you're getting in when it comes to damage across Brevard County?
Well, the rain damage that was reported to us last night, we had a tornado touchdown, a reported tornado touchdown in Cocoa Beach. There were several businesses that were damaged, some roofs blown off houses, and some structural damage. By about 10 o'clock, though, most of the rain situation was out of our area. It turned into a major wind event. A lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down. And then, of course, the rain and the wind kicked in again.
Mr. Walker, if I may, sir, if you can just do me one solid. Turn the speaker down if you can. I'll give you a couple seconds to figure out the button. Maybe we will have that feedback. As he does that, I will point to... Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Right.
As we wait for that to happen, we see all the live cameras right behind you, seeing traffic flowing or not, a lot of the palm trees swaying back and forth. And again, a friendly reminder, not only to anybody watching us in Brevard County, but anywhere, that if there's any traffic signal troubles, to treat it as a four-way stop sign. I hope that bought you some extra time to, can we hear you one more time?
How's this sound?
Perfect.
Better.
Yes, that is fantastic.
Right.
So walk us through the damage that you're saying in Cocoa Beach. You're saying that it appears there was a tornado touchdown, possibly?
Yeah, we had reported a tornado sometime before 10 o'clock last night. There was a Wells Fargo bank where the roof was blown off. Health First, there was a clinic there that received some damage. A beauty salon or a hair cutting place. So that and some local houses in the area were also damaged. Fortunately, there were no injuries reported. Beyond that, most of the damage that we've received overnight was tree damage, down power lines, and some yard and street flooding. Nothing really major. We'll be glad when this blows offshore for good, and we'll be out all day doing damage assessments, but that's kind of our key mission today. Find out where all the damages are, start to get people out of our shelters and get them back home, and return life to normal as soon as possible.
We actually had a reporter, Greg Pallone, you probably know him, we call him Mr. Brevard. He was out and about with his photographer, and they spied some of the very things you're talking about, and we saw it with our own eyes, all this damage. Hopefully, we can pull it up for you in a moment. As you're talking about doing these damage assessments, right, what does that actually look like in terms of logistics?
Yeah, so we use what we call windshield inspections, right? So all of our law enforcement is out today, making sure the roads are clear. We're advising people that today is still a good day to stay at home and stay off the roads so we can get all the streets clear, get the power lines back. Hopefully FP&L can get all the power restored. FP&L in Brevard County has about 345,000 customers. And I think at the last look, we had about 100,000, 119,000 people that were still without power. So there's good reason for people to, continue to stay indoors and stay off the roads today. Hopefully we can get everything clear. We've also got Florida Department of Transportation. They've got bridge inspectors out, just making sure the causeways are safe to cross. But we need to do all of our work this morning, and we really can't get out there and do that until these winds are completely out of the picture. So it's going to take us some time to get out there and do that. We just need people to be patient. Let's do our job.
I got to ask you this, and I don't know if it's too premature, but are you at liberty to say or share with us any information regarding possibly a curfew situation as you try to assess what's happening there?
Yeah, no, we're not going to put curfews in place. We think that we can get a good eyeball on everything, by midday today. So we don't see any reason that we would put a curfew in place.
Okay.
We've seen in other places, Don, these calls for water rescues, right? We've seen them in Orange County. I believe that was off of John Young Parkway, right?
Yeah, John Young Parkway, Edgewater Drive area.
Right, in Orlando, and other calls. The governor just had a press conference. He talked about other water rescues that have happened. Have you guys had any of those calls in Brevard?
No, we haven't had any marine calls other than some boat docks that have been damaged. So obviously some boats. I'm sure as the sun comes up today really well that we'll be able to, assess the derelict boat situation as a result of this storm. That's just kind of a given after most storms in Florida. There's going to be boats out in the water that shouldn't be out there and we're only out there because they weren't shored up before the storm.
All right. Thank you so much, Don Walker with Brevard County. We appreciate your time very much. I know you're super busy, so you carving out some time out of your busy day, we surely appreciate it here on Spectrum News.
Spectrum will be right back in just moments with updated weather. I know you want to get to that, and traffic also coming up. Plus, reporters fanned out still across the state, bringing us the very latest pictures. As we had to break a live picture of I-95, Spectrum News will be right back.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Kelly Ford in Melbourne with their exclusive 30-day love it or leave it guarantee.
I had a spot on my arm that wouldn't heal, so I called the Dermatology Institute.
The Dermatology Institute of Brevard with Dr. Cynthia Howson, board-certified dermatologist, treating a wide variety of skin conditions. Dr. Howson personally supervises all care.
Here at the Institute, we study, diagnose, and treat all skin problems, giving people their confidence back.
Now my grandkids are all I worry about.
The Dermatology Institute of Brevard, skin care for the whole family.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm is a family firm. John, my boys, and so many lawyers who have been our partners for so many years. We know that an accident or an injury can have terrible consequences for your family. We don't take your representation for granted, and every day we will work hard to never break that trust.
It is the only place that I would ever suggest anybody go. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
You're not just a number.
I felt like that. Thank God that I went to Morgan & Morgan. Our family helping yours.
With Chevy Equinox EV, you can wake up every day with a full charge. Your crew can have a roomy, no-compromise interior. And starting around $34,995, you and your money can go further in America's most affordable EV with over 315 miles of range. Equinox EV, a vehicle you know, value you'd expect, and a dealer right down the street. Go EV without changing a thing. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
A great pumpkin sales event is back at Mike Erdman Toyota. Drive off in a new, gorgeous, new 2024 RAV4 for just $299 a month, or cruise into saving with 0% APR on your new Tundra. You can even drive a new Camry for $299 a month, or a Corolla, $199 a month. See, that's because Mike Erdman is Toyota every day.
9:41, meteorologist Maureen McCann here in the Weather Center with Chris Gilson. As Milton pulls away and we assess the damage, we assess the impacts that are found all across Central Florida, downtown Orlando, many without power across the area, with the Launch Credit Union camera showing how things are improving. If you see this photo here in Daytona Beach, this may be a common scene in some neighborhoods. Kind of have to turn your head to see it completely, but this is from Sade Clay in the Daytona Beach area. So this is near the outlets with a light down there on the street. So that's going to be something that could be a common scene. Downed power lines are going to be an issue, and you want to stay away from those. That goes without saying. And many of you who may be watching us on the Spectrum News app, having already lost power, we just encourage you to use your generator safely. If you have one, you want to use that away from your home. You don't want to have it in the garage, and you don't want to use candles or any open flames in case that could easily ignite. Now we're going to have the continued risk for these power outages because there is the wind still along the East Coast, but overall the wind speeds are going to be coming down. In fact, it's great to see calm showing up in a few observing sites. And the arrows tell the story. It's still that onshore component to the wind that is going to create a storm surge risk still for the East Coast with the next high tide cycle. That's what we need to monitor for additional erosion, but we shouldn't be adding on much more to the rainfall totals. This is the second half of the day we're looking at. Temperatures at that point in the 70s with some sunshine trying to peek through. But not much sun to be found out there right now here locally. There is still some leftover rain, a few darker blues and yellows showing up where there could be some heavier squalls. And we are still in tropical storm warnings for several counties, and that is a hurricane warning on the East Coast. Those have not been discontinued yet. But Milton pulling away as a hurricane, 85-mile-per-hour winds. It should lose hurricane status tomorrow on a path east away from the Florida Peninsula. A lot of storm reports coming in, all these icons as preliminary tornado reports. We will be assessing these, and survey crews likely will be out. We can't call them official tornadoes just yet, but all those icons representing some of the different observations that were officially submitted. And if you have any reports to share, we'd love to see photos on the Spectrum News app, or you can share them with any of us on social media. So morning rain and wind, that is your forecast in writing. We'll still monitor that erosion situation on the East Coast, and we'll look at the 7-day coming up. But right now we're going to get a live look at Class 13.
This portion of the news is brought to you by Top Line Appliance and Mattress. Top of the line since 1969.
Watch all month long as Spectrum News 13 celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month. This is Community. This is Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum. This hurricane season, stay informed and prepared with the Spectrum News app. Get up-to-the-minute information from your weather experts, live Clastron 13 radar, and set up essential alerts when you need them most. Spectrum News, your community connection, available on all of your favorite devices.
An injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back. I'm just a nobody." I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody.
When Morgan said nobody is a nobody, I felt like that. And they took care of me, and now we're doing okay.
Chinese fentanyl is a silent killer, putting too many folks 6 feet under without warning. It's time to do something about it. I'm a Republican sheriff, and I'm voting yes on Amendment 3 for safe, tested, regulated marijuana for adults. Amendment 3 will get marijuana laced with deadly Chinese fentanyl off our streets and save countless Florida lives. We can't wait. It's time. Vote yes on Amendment 3.
Get the facts at yeson3.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm is a family firm. John, my boys, and so many lawyers who have been our partners for so many years. We know that an accident or an injury can have terrible consequences for your family. We don't take your representation for granted, and every day we will work hard to never break that trust.
It is the only place that I would ever suggest anybody go.
It makes you feel like you're worth something.
You're not just a number.
I felt like that. Thank God that I went to Morgan.
Our family helping yours.
If your employer doesn't supply health care coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private health care is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with no deductible. To get the coverage you need, call the number on the screen now.
Thanks so much for joining us for your extended coverage of Hurricane Milton. Julie Gargata, Yvette Briswell, we've been with you for hours. We'll continue to do that. Make sure you feel ready post-storm as we start to assess some of the damage. Now, I want to go to an area that right now, about 30% of this county is in the dark.
I have to tell you, when we're going down the rundown at work and we have reporter after reporter after reporter, Katie Stride has been checking in with us all morning long, and we never know what she brings to the table because it's been switching out, it's been changing, it's been evolving. Let's go ahead and check in with her this morning to see what she found.
So we are now seeing a little bit more of this debris that we've been talking about for quite some time. You can see there's some mud, some more debris in the road, a huge tree branch that was off to the side. And as you're following me here, you can see a little bit more of this debris that we've been talking about. But this is important to see because Marion County Sheriff's Office, they've been talking about this for quite some time. If you are in Marion County, do not go and sightsee about all of this damage. They know that there's damage in the area, but right now they're out and about assessing that type of damage. And so they need to have the roadways clear. They need to know what areas of concern there are in Marion County. And so that is what the kind of take all is for all of this. If you are in Marion County, stay home, stay safe, whether you're in a shelter, a hotel, or in your own home, to stay in a shelter and stay safe after we're seeing a lot of this debris in the area. In Ocala, Katie Straight, Spectrum News.
Thanks for that report. You know, unfortunately, we're learning a lot as the sun comes up and more damage assessments are happening. We're learning about the impacts of the hurricane as well, especially in South Florida, and this is quite surprising.
So officials in St. Lucie County, and we just got this information a little while ago, have now confirmed that 4 people have been killed as a tornado spawned in the area there yesterday. A spokesperson for the county says that some of those deaths happened in a mobile home park. Not there. That video you're seeing there is from the St. John's, I believe, Sheriff's Office, where that's their structure. It came crashing down. There was some patrols, and that was impacted. That's what you're seeing is a separate story. But back to the deaths, separately from that video, 4 people were killed in a mobile home. 2 confirmed tornadoes touching down starting about 4:30 yesterday afternoon. Crews say they were in a neighborhood in St. Lucie County, helping some residents get to shelter, and some needed medical attention.
And some of the images we hope to bring you are things like flipped cars, even waste disposal things flipped into houses. So it is a lot coming out of that area. All right, we're also getting a closer look, a firsthand look at new video out of Altamont Springs, a bit closer to home now. Seminole County fire officials shared this with us. This is the fire department, and in the middle of that hurricane was a fire. They say that downed power lines sparked a fire, and they say that the fire extinguished itself. That's the good news. This was in the area of Forest Avenue in Altamont Springs. Just a reminder for you, especially as you're out and about today at some point, you want to avoid all down power lines at all costs. They can, of course, be extremely dangerous.
Okay, so time for your weather on the ones with triple certified meteorologist Maureen McCann. Maureen, as I toss it to you, of course, all things Hurricane Milton, but let me get this right. Temperatures in the 60s tomorrow when we wake up?
And if you're in Marion County, low 60s. So at least that makes it better. if you don't have power and you don't have AC, at least it's not going to be high humidity and those steamy conditions that we find so often when we think back to hurricanes in the past, ones that happened maybe in August or September. At least now that we're into October, we're finally getting a little taste of dry season behind this, but we're not there yet. We still have a little bit of rain to contend with. Calling up the power outage map, we're able to tap into this data here on Klystron 13, and you can see all counties are affected. A lot of those numbers climbing, particularly over along the west coast and looking at Seminole County and Flagler County, Marion County. Everyone is experiencing those power outages. So many of you are joining us on the Spectrum News app. We do appreciate that, and we appreciate all the photos that are coming in. We want to get those pictures as long as you are in a safe place. Patricia in the St. Cloud area spotted this tree down in her neighborhood, and some places are seeing very minimal impacts. Others are finding trees down, fences down, power lines down, and then the other threat along the coast is going to be additional coastal flooding with the storm surge warnings that are still in effect. Now, the most concerning tide was this morning during the overnight hours, 1 to 2 p.m., but we have another high tide cycle coming up. That was 1 to 2 a.m., should I say. 1 to 2 p.m. will be the next high tide cycle. So these areas do need to be on guard for that rising water. It's also including the St. John's Basin, but it's the tributaries and inlets where there may be rising water. Fortunately, we're not going to be contributing to the flood threat because of falling rain. In fact, as I call up this graphic, we were showing this for days, indicating rainfall amounts that were significant, but we're pulling in this dry air on the backside of low pressure, so rainfall amounts are really going to be minimal. As we go back to the radar, we can see that here on Klystron 13. I'll switch from this data and go over to the data that will tell us how much rainfall is occurring right now. And this is showing just a few more pockets of rain in Volusia and Flagler counties. Nothing to the extent of what we were experiencing last night or early this morning. But some of the same places are getting that rain, moving right over the St. Johns River, Osteen, Mims, Titusville, to Merritt Island, but wind speeds are not nearly as strong as they were earlier today. And they will continue to ease as Milton pulls away, but we're just not there yet. On the backside of the storm, we still have those windy conditions and the residual rain on the backside of the low, and that is especially going to be for our coastal communities and those east of I-4. So in terms of our temperatures, the next several days, dropping those rain chances and dropping those nighttime lows too. That's your 7-day. Let's focus on the roads right now, though, with Nicole Griffin. I know a lot of people home from work, home from school, staying in a safe place, but now we're starting to see a few more people out there, do you think?
Yes, a lot more people are getting on the roads now. Again, not advised by local officials, but if you take a look behind me, this is Champions Gate, I-4. Not so many people heading east, but you can see a lot of people heading west now. We know a lot of people evacuated ahead of Hurricane Milton, so we can only assume a lot of people are heading back home. We've seen a lot of linemen driving there as well. Again, we just heard from the governor in the last hour who said, give us some time to make sure that you can return home. Some neighborhoods might still not be ready for people to return back. They have crews out assessing that, but it's understandable. People are anxious to see what Hurricane Milton has left them. But we'll keep an eye on the roads for you and give you updates throughout the morning. So make sure to stay with us. For now, this update coming from the traffic center live, Ebeth. Yeah, the Central Florida Hyundai dealers. And we'll send it back to you, Ebeth and Julie.
Okay, yep, we'll take it from here. Thank you so much. And now more video that's going to leave you saying, oh my goodness, look at all of that water. So this storm surge, this is a huge problem. This is where around Hurricane Milton made landfall. This is what things look like in Punta Gorda. You can hear someone in the distance. You can see a building. You can see the palm trees. You can see the lights in the distance. And again, that's just south of Siesta Key. Remember, Siesta Key area is where this hurricane made landfall. So this is key to point out as you see all of that water that has come into that area.
And what about this? This is a look at exactly the kind of dangers we're talking about when we say stay home. Don't go out yet if you don't need to. There are some people that do, but many of us do not. Downed power lines, downed trees, causing a little bit of a dicey situation. This is in Hillsborough County. We got this for you from Brandon, shared by the sheriff's office. So again, they say that a downed tree took down a power line, and it happened during the height of the storm.
Seminole County Fire Department also sharing these images, photos this time around. A tree that fell into the road there. This is Hayes Road and Trade Winds Road in Oviedo last night. So they had to go out there in the middle of when everything was starting to get really dicey and remove it. This is before, right? The actual hurricane crossed into Central Florida, but those outer bands so wide, so strong. Crews were able, by the way, want to let you know, clear the roadway before the worst of the storm made its way through the area.
You know, even before the storm neared our coast, some areas were also at risk of flooding. We know that, and water was high in so many places.
Polk County, we're talking about you right now because of this image. You see the road, and then you see that white vehicle submerged, that SUV, and that is up to the driver's side window. Pretty scary stuff right there. This again was yesterday before the actual hurricane moved into the area. This is near Main Avenue in Lakeland. We're told in this area there's no large body of water. Yes, in other parts of Polk County, but not here. But the rain came down so fast it was just nowhere for it to go, and that's how this vehicle got stuck. And that's what we tell people over and over again, to please be careful when they're heading out there when this rain moves in so fast.
You know, Spectrum News will be right back with our extended coverage.
Good morning. Connect as many devices as you want, and then some. With Spectrum, you get the fastest internet speeds and advanced Wi-Fi that can power all the devices in your home. Get fast and reliable connections. Get Spectrum.
J&J Carpet One is the only Florida destination with full custom Kemp cabinets at a medium price point. Bridge the gap between aspiration and affordability. Choose from special add-on features like rollout trays, soft close doors, and drawers. If you can dream it, we can build it. If new flooring is on your agenda, explore our comprehensive CoreTech offerings, renowned for their style, water-resistant, durability, and ease of cleaning. J&J Carpet One on Marion Island, making your vision a reality.
I had a spot on my arm that wouldn't heal, so I called the Dermatology Institute.
The Dermatology Institute of Brevard with Dr. Cynthia Howson, board-certified dermatologist, treating a wide variety of skin conditions. Dr. Howson personally supervises all care.
Here at the Institute, we study, diagnose, and treat all skin problems, giving people their confidence back.
Now my grandkids are all I worry about.
The Dermatology Institute of Brevard, skin care for the whole family.
A great pumpkin sales event is back at Mike Erdman Toyota. Drive off in a new, gorgeous, new 2024 RAV4 for just $299 a month, or cruise into saving with 0% APR on your new Tundra. You can even drive a new Camry for $299 a month, or a Corolla, $199 a month. See, that's because Mike Erdman is Toyota every day.
Top of the hour here on Spectrum News 13 on this Thursday, 10 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ebeth Bruswal. So glad you're with us for our continuing live team coverage. Want to let you know that we are on deck to have a press briefing at 11 o'clock this morning from Seminole County, and then another press briefing with Governor Ron DeSantis. He had another one earlier. We brought it to you live.
That's right. I'm Julie Gargata. So it's been our commitment to you, right? Before, during, and now after the storm, we're with you. We're bringing you this extended team coverage so you understand what is happening in the different places, because the effects have been very wide-reaching with the storm.
And I know you're probably wondering, okay, is this thing finally out of here or not? Hurricane Milton, what is the latest? Let's bring in triple certified meteorologist Maureen McCann with the very latest and some live pictures behind you.
Yeah, it's good to be able to get access to our cameras, especially for those of us who are here overnight and we're trying to assess what's happening in the darkness. The daylight is showing that the power is still on for our camera here in Kissimmee. This is the Florida 5-star roofing camera. Good to Those breaks in the overcast and the rain easing, because I know many places are still experiencing those gusty conditions along the East Coast. Milton is well offshore off the east coast of Cape Canaveral by about 75 miles, but the impacts remain, or the hazards remain, to the point that we have an extension of those hurricane warnings, or they're still in effect for Volusia and Brevard counties, and then those have been replaced with tropical storm warnings inland, just because of these residual winds on the backside, although they are going to be trending down. The rainfall amounts that we're seeing are not as intense as they were earlier, but we still have ongoing flood concerns on top of whatever is already on the ground, and some of these saturated areas picked up 8 to 12, even up to 15 inches of rain. Milton, still a hurricane, by the way, and it maintained hurricane strength as it crossed the peninsula. 85-mile-per-hour winds still. Locally, those bands of rain affecting Flagler and Volusia, Brevard counties. It's all much lighter than earlier, but still enough to contribute to some of those downpours, and some of this may still be some wind-driven rain. We'll be back with another update of your weather on the ones at 10:11, but we do want to see how things are faring out on the roads, even though many still encouraged to stay home, stay in their safe place, especially with the power lines down and trees down. Nicole Griffin is with us watching things from the perspective of a lot of our cameras.
Yeah, that's right, Mo. We've heard from officials really across the state that they really want people to stay home right now. They have crews dispatching across the state looking at issues that we are seeing, like downed power lines, trees in the road. That's been a major issue along I-95, but still people are heading out now. Take a look behind me. This is I-4 westbound in the Champions Gate area. You can see not many people heading eastbound, but there is a large influx of people heading west. A lot of people evacuated this way ahead of the hurricane, and again, the governor said he understands that people want to head back, but it's just a little bit too early to do that. So if you can, stay in your safe place just a little while longer, and we'll continue to bring you updates. But for now, this update brought to you by your Central Florida Hyundai dealers.
Okay, we continue now talking about the damage that we're picking up, and there's a spot that we're going to take you that's actually to the north, not very far from where this hurricane made landfall in Siesta Key last night.
Yeah, it was last night, 8:30, right, as a Category 3, so we know we got a lot of damage on that side of things. Our Angie Andrews joins us now from Manatee County with more.
We're here in Bradenton, which is just about 15-20 miles north of where that eye wall hit for Hurricane Milton overnight. The maximum wind gusts here about 102 miles per hour, and looking around the heart of Bradenton, you can see the remnants of that. We want to give you a look. We're right here by downtown at the Tamiami Trail and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. This is a 7-Eleven gas station. You can see the canopy of it just smashed to the ground, could not hold up to the strength of those winds last night. Also, the roof of the 7-Eleven seriously impacted, and just looking, there's debris from that canopy just thrown everywhere. You can see the 7-Eleven colors here, the orange, green, and red, just all throughout the entire neighborhood. And then on top of that, it is also thrown across the street almost 50 yards away. You can still see pieces of that debris that has flown into a nearby neighbor's house. Now, throughout the morning, we found remnants of the hurricane all throughout the downtown area, starting with a light pole that was fallen straight in front of the post office through Manatee Avenue, tripping people up very early this morning. Then over in the waterfront apartment area, multiple condo buildings had their carport smashed into cars. The carport flipped up into the nearby condos, a very serious situation there as well. And then, of course, a few different intersections with stoplights hanging low and expected to be there throughout the day today, a definite safety hazard. And we know a big part of what's happening this morning is people have questions. They want to know, how do I even begin this cleanup process? When am I going to get power back? When is it that I'm going to have access to the grocery store or to food once again? All different things. We've heard questions coming from different neighborhood residents here today, and all things people are hoping to get answers for soon. On scene in Bradenton, I'm Angie Andrews.
And one thing I want to add before we continue with our coverage, remember, all of these folks, if not most of them, already had piles and piles and piles of debris in front of their homes from Hurricane Helene like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, it wasn't so long ago. We had a live report with Angie Andrews talking about the cleanup process, folks finally being allowed back on some barrier islands. How do you clean sand? She showed us some of these things. So We're now taking a couple steps back, unfortunately, in that area.
Yep, we'll keep you updated on this process. It's going to be a long, long road to recovery. And also, we're learning this. We're hearing of some deaths over in St. Lucie County, confirming 4 people lost their lives because of everything having to do. They suspect they're tornadoes that were spawned in the area. This was yesterday.
Yeah, we want to show you some video of the aftermath. A spokesperson for the county says some of those deaths happened in a mobile home park. Perhaps you've seen some of the images floating around on social media of incredible amounts of debris, flipped over cars. This was starting around 4:30 on Wednesday. Crews said they were in some sort of neighborhood in St. Lucie County, helping residents get to shelter, and some needed fast medical attention. But again, we know that 4 people have lost their lives. You know, we're also getting a look at brand new video out of Altamont Springs. I want you to take a look at this. In the middle of everything happening, a fire. Seminole County fire officials saying that downed power lines sparked that very fire, but the fire somehow put itself out. This was in the area of Forest Avenue in Altamont Springs. A good reminder for you, though, today as you're out and about. I know you want to survey the damage probably for yourself at some point. Be careful. Avoid all down power lines at all costs. It can be deadly. They can still be charged and energized. Just be careful out there.
Okay, so now we're talking about storm surge. Take a look at this. This is before the sun came up. All that water rapidly rising because of Hurricane Milton. This is what things look like in Punta Gorda. That is south of Siesta Key. We keep bringing up Siesta Key because that is where Hurricane Milton came in, landfall at a Category 3 last night at 8:30. So this is just south of that location, and this makes all the sense, right, in the world, because we were saying that this would actually happen. And also this is Seminole County Fire sending this our way, sharing these images of a tree that fell onto the roadway there. This is Hayes Road and Trade Winds Road area, Oviedo, last night. Here's the deal. This is before Hurricane Milton crossed into Central Florida. Crews able to clear the roadway before the worst of the storm made its way through that spot.
By the way, if you're curious about theme parks, today is not the day to be going to any of those. I'm still seeing these closures. Spectrum News will be right back.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Kelly Ford in Melbourne with their exclusive 30-day Love It or Leave It guarantee.
Spectrum News 13 is committed to helping today's students become tomorrow's scientists through Project Weather. Congratulations to the 2024 scholarship winners for their dedication and achievement. We are now accepting applications for the 2025 Project Weather scholarships. If you're a high school senior who excels in science, head to our website to find out how to apply. Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum.
Flooring America saved our sanity.
Our dog was driving us crazy with his accidents. Then a friend told us about pet-proof carpet from Flooring America.
The team was so helpful. They got us a pet-proof carpet at a great price and 0 interest payments.
Are your pets driving you nuts? With our no exclusion stain warranty and interest-free financing, we make it easy for you to afford the floor you really need. Flooring America, where friends send friends.
A car crash can be life-changing and a frustrating time. I'm David Alpazar with Alpazar Law. The insurance industry spends millions of dollars each year to tell consumers that a person cannot be seriously injured unless there's a lot of damage to the vehicle. This simply is not true. It's about you, the person. For over 40 years, Alpazar Law has been helping injured victims no matter how great or small the collision. If you've been injured, don't wait. The consultation is always free. Alpazar Law, we're here for you.
For the moments that take our breath away, to the ones that cause us pain, for the moments that motivate us, to the ones that change us and inspire us to keep going. At Health First, we're here for you every step of the way, so you can enjoy more moments that move you.
Meteorologist Maureen McCann here with you at 10:10, coming up on 10:11 in the Tuscaloosa neighborhood of Winter Springs. Got a tree down. Thank you, Brian Wainwright, for sharing this picture. This is out by Trotwood Park, and the neighborhood is without power right now, from what I hear. We're looking at conditions that are warranting continuation of some of our flood warnings. We'll show you those on the map coming up. We are tallying some of those numbers. Over a foot of rain coming in from Cocoa Ross observers, and that is DeBerry topping the list at 14.73 inches. We have wind speeds that are still to 35 miles per hour with the peak gust, Daytona Beach and Melbourne. And those are the areas the last to see the wind completely die down after finding peak wind gusts to 87 miles per hour, Daytona Beach, 78 miles per hour for Melbourne. We're not entirely done with the rain yet. We've been watching this back edge of Milton as it pulls away, actually finding a little bit of a stronger squall here that's coming through Titusville, Mims, Rockledge, some yellows and oranges starting to show up here. So there still will be a few more downpours and some gusty winds that will be coming in off the Atlantic with these, and that will contribute to the rain that has already occurred right now. Some of that heavy rain over places like Merritt Island, towards Titusville, Mims, and up towards Geneva. Now, these conditions are going to improve as the day progresses. Milton, still a hurricane, by the way, pulling away into the Atlantic, drier air coming in behind it, but the threat remains for additional gusty winds along the East Coast. But as that drier air comes in, you can really see it on the water vapor loop taking over, and that is going to be with us for the next several days. The futurecast shows any leftover showers will be last to clear our coastal community. Keep in mind, there's also going to be a high tide coming up during the 1 o'clock hour, and we will be monitoring any additional erosion that could occur along the coast with the higher astronomical tides that are typically found this time of the year. The futurecast has us drier for tomorrow, nothing more than a very isolated shower at the coast. So for today, upper 70s for highs. Temperatures certainly becoming a bit more comfortable with this drier air, and that will make it easier for people without power and without AC. When you see those nighttime temperatures this weekend too, I'll have those in the 7-day forecast coming up next. We do want to head over to Nicole Griffin. She is in the traffic center, and she has the latest right now. In terms of people who do have to be out on the roads, we know that essential workers and emergency personnel, they are out there, and a few others on the roads too.
Good morning. Yes, we are seeing that, but there is a reason that officials are saying to stay off the road. Take a look behind me. This is I-4 eastbound in the Williamsburg area near SeaWorld, and as you can see, there is flooding here. Looks like there is a first responder right there monitoring that. We've been seeing people drive through that, creating a big wave behind them. That's not what you want to do. You don't know how deep that water could go, and you also don't know what is in that water. Now, Maureen was still talking about the effects that are being felt in Brevard, so let's go there, take a look here. This is I-95 southbound in the Palm Bay area. You can see the breeze on those trees. It's still a little bit windy there, but people are still moving around. Again, officials are asking that you still stay in your safe place just for the time being, because they have so many crews out just working on things like downed power lines, traffic lights that have fallen or are out, and things like that that could be dangerous if you encounter them on the road. We heard from the governor earlier this morning, who says there's about 320 FDOT crews out cleaning up all that debris right now. So just stay with us, and we'll keep you updated on road conditions throughout the day to make sure you can get where you need to go safely. For now, this update brought to you by your Central Florida Hyundai dealers.
Some wild images coming to us from the other side of I-4. We talk about the Tampa side, and it's incredible to see some of this.
It is. And one side of a particular road looks one way and the other one completely different. Here's our Jason Lanning.
Some streets here in the city of Tampa are high and dry, but others are not. It has been a chaotic start to the day after Hurricane Milton. First responders right now still scrambling to assess some of the hardest hit pockets of the city. Distant alarms, abandoned and debris-filled streets. That's the sights and sounds of Tampa early this morning. Thousands are without power, and many roads are impassable. Downed trees and power lines block Morris Bridge Road just north of I-75. The river north of this is flooding too. Further Further south near University Mall, the sheriff's office used airboats on North 22nd Street for search and rescue. Even pockets of Fletcher, Fowler, and Bruce B. Downs east of 275 that never see flooding are underwater. And there are downed trees everywhere. In Carrollwood, this tree fell just feet from our photographer Chris McDonald's car overnight. Another fell across Gunn Highway. Tampa's first day after Hurricane Milton is set to be a long one, with this just being a small slice of the large metropolitan area. Sporadic roadways across the city of Tampa may remain closed for several hours, if not the entirety of the day. It will take quite a while for the torrential rainfall flooding to drain off. Until then, first responders are asking people to stay off local roadways. On scene in Tampa, Jason Lanning, Spectrum News.
Okay, the sun is up, and we can definitely see the damage there to Tropicana Field, where the Rays play, being used as some sort of shelter for first responders. You can see the panels gone, right? It could not withstand the punishing winds from this hurricane. There was a press briefing earlier today. Governor Ron DeSantis talked about that and said that state assets had been moved out of there before this happened. So even before this hurricane was getting close to the coast, some spots were already at high risk of flooding.
Yeah, some of these waterways just at high levels. And I want you to take a look at your screen. This is Polk County. The sheriff's office posting these photos. Just recently, this was Reynolds Road near Main Avenue in Lakeland. We're told there is no large body of water in that area, i.e. a lake or anything like that. This is just illustrating the power, the sheer volume of water that came down very rapidly with the storm. There are still places with quite high water all across Polk, and roadways with, as we've seen in many other places, downed trees, a lot of debris. Polk County Sheriff's Office pushing out that teams will be clearing roadways as quickly as they can. How about this? Take a look at your screen. This is exactly the kind of danger that we're talking about when we advise people, or when emergency officials advise people, really, stay home if you don't need to be out and about today. So crews are starting their assessment, their post-storm cleanup. But in the meantime, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office shared this image with us of a downed tree taking down a power line. This was in Brandon in Hillsborough County.
Okay, don't go anywhere. We still have weather on the ones with the nation's only team of dual certified meteorologists. Tomorrow morning's temperatures are going to be in the 60s.
Yeah, amazing. They've been walking us through the storm hour by hour. Our coverage of Hurricane Milton's aftermath continues after the break here on Spectrum News 13. But first, a look at Klystron 13.
Marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
The following portion of Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
When you can make anything possible because you have a reliable connection that puts everything within reach. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Our firm is a family firm. John, my boys, and so many lawyers who have been our partners for so many years. We know that an accident or an injury can have terrible consequences for your family. We don't take your representation for granted, and every day we will work hard to never break that trust.
It is the only place that I would ever suggest anybody go. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
You're not just a number.
I felt like that. Thank God that I went to Morgan & Morgan.
Our family helping yours.
Fun Spot, where special moments hit the spot.
Meteorologist Maureen McCann here in the Weather Center with Chris Gilson and Zach Covey with the latest on Milton, having made landfall last night at 8:30. The official location was Siesta Key, so that put the right side of the storm, the more vulnerable side of the storm for storm surge, into places like Charlotte Harbor and Fort Myers, the greater storm surge numbers there compared to, say, the Tampa Bay area. Winds of 120 miles per hour made it a Category 3 at landfall, and then it was a Category 1 as it was crossing central Florida and emerging into the Atlantic. Looks a lot more disorganized on Clystron 13 today as it battles wind shear and interacts with the front, so that is going to be causing that system to fall apart in the Atlantic. No longer a threat to Florida or the United States, aside from the lingering bands of rain and winds on the back side of it. Winds will not be to the extent that they were yesterday. For those watching from the Tampa, St. Pete area, I know many have evacuated, and you're watching us being over here in the greater Orlando area, having come inland. These are some of the peak wind gusts that were measured over there. The top one that we could find, Egmont Key at 105 miles per hour, Bradenton 102 miles per hour. St. Pete got about 1.5 feet of rain out of this. In Polk County, Lakeland had over 9 inches of rain. Some of our cooperative observers locally within the Coco Ross network had totals over 1 foot in DeBary, Ormond Beach, Oviedo, Port Orange just under 1 foot. Same with New Smyrna Beach. And we still are going to monitor any additional rain that could exacerbate situations over on the East Coast with these leftover pockets. But you can see how dry the air is that is taking over. So the widespread downpours are going to be much less of a concern going forward as Milton pulls away. We still want to monitor the next few high tide cycles for Daytona Beach, high tide at 1:50 this afternoon, coming up again at 2:15 in the overnight hours. For Flagler Beach, the next high tide at 1:54 and then 2:19 in the morning. So these are times that we are going to monitor just in case there is any additional erosion taking place or any coastal flooding. The Futurecast has Milton moving away, lingering rain coming to an end, and then drier air settling in behind it, an air mass that is going to have much lower humidity, more comfortable conditions, and that will take us into the weekend. We'll really be dropping back the rain chances and bringing back a good amount of sunshine. So your forecast numbers have just minimal opportunities for showers in the coming days. And I know with many of you without power watching us in the Spectrum News app, that means you're without AC. So these more comfortable overnight temperatures will be appreciated. We'll keep those going into next week. More weather on the ones coming up right now. Clystron 13.
You know, when we talk about damage this morning left behind in the wake of Milton, one of the areas that is hardest hit that we've seen so far has really been in Brevard County.
The damage is going to leave you with the jaw on the floor. Let's go ahead and check in right now with our Greg Pallone today.
Milton is leaving the east coast of Florida, but certainly it's a long goodbye as the city of Cocoa Beach is undergoing some high winds and surf as we speak, and already on top of the damage created yesterday to these buildings as Milton was approaching the western coast of Florida and its outer bands causing storms to create this damage. This supercuts here on A1A just destroyed on the inside. On the other side, Florida Eye Associates also damaged on the inside. The next building over, Wells Fargo, its roof ripped off during those strong storms that were preceding Milton arriving here on the Space Coast. Just what we're dealing with now, heavy rain, strong winds, all on the backside of this once very powerful hurricane. But again, power lines are down. Lots of different things going on. The safety, you want to make sure if you do get out and about that you're safe and abiding by your local city emergency management officials. officials. But again, this storm certainly left its mark here on the city of Cocoa Beach. There's wrapped metal all around parking lots. There's debris everywhere. Cleanup is going to be long, but they'll definitely get through it at some point with this beachside community. Heard about a lot of other damage in other places, but not as bad. The main thing right now for the Space Coast is to get this storm out of the way so all these high winds and rain can stop. In Brevard County, Florida, Greg Pallone, Spectrum News.
All right, take a look at this at your screen. A new video this morning out of Altamont Springs as Seminole County fire officials say a fire happened right in the middle of all this. This is down power lines sparking that fire, and then they say miraculously itself is extinguished. So this was in the area of Forest Avenue in Altamont Springs again, but it really serves as a great reminder. As we continue on our day today and start to talk about recovery and go out and venture outside, you want to avoid all downed power lines at all costs. It can be deadly.
And we're staying in Seminole County. Take a look at this video. Seminole County Fire Department posting this. Scary. That's a fire you see in the distance, that orange glow of the flames. And so this was a downed power line. It fell on a tree, causing this fire. It happened on Forest Avenue, Altamont Springs. Department leadership saying the fire put itself out and they handed things over to the power company. And check this out. This is in Seminole County. The fire department there sharing this photo of that tree, big tree, onto this road. This is Hayes Road and Tradewinds Road area in Oviedo. This was last night, even before Milton crossed into the Central Florida area. Crews, guess what? They were able to move quickly and clear the roadway before the worst of the storm made its way through the area.
Next on Spectrum News, don't go anywhere. Our extended coverage of Hurricane Milton. Our team coverage continues with our Weather on the Ones.
So much damage, so much to talk about, so many pictures and videos to share with you. The aftermath that we continue to cover in our team coverage here on Spectrum News. But first, a look at Klystron 13.
Local forecast is brought to you by Great Southeast Flooring America in Melbourne, where it costs no more to do it right.
When you need plumbing repair, you can depend on Freedom Air and Plumbing. Freedom Air and Plumbing is your #1 source for local and guaranteed plumbing repair. We're available for emergency repairs, and if water runs through it, remember, Freedom can do it. Our technicians are highly trained and have experience working with all different kinds of systems and plumbing problems. Pick a company like Freedom Air and Plumbing that doesn't just follow the standard, but rather sets it. When your plumbing needs repair, call Freedom Air and Plumbing.
Florida's weather is relentlessly punishing your roof. Scorching sun, pounding rain, hail, and wind. Your roof is a critical part of your home's defense.
Without a great roof, you're not going to have anything. You're going to have leaks.
Covenant Roofing promises to be responsive to your needs, promises exceptional communication, and promises the highest level of integrity.
Covenant Roofing is established and great to work with.
For your no-obligation roof evaluation and financing options, call us today. Covenant Roofing, the difference is the promise.
Toyota of Melbourne is the dealership that works hard to earn your business. We go the extra mile so you can buy with confidence. Every new Toyota comes with our lifetime powertrain warranty and up to 4 years of complimentary maintenance. Plus, we have our 3-day love it or exchange it guarantee. And our service center stays open 7 days a week. We've got a great selection of vehicles on the lot and ready for you to drive home now. Stop by Toyota of Melbourne and experience what makes us different.
Working hard to earn your business.
I felt like I was tied to the house more because digestion wasn't working as it should. I noticed a little bit of pain on occasion up just under my rib cage. I don't feel that way any longer. From when I first initialized my process here at parish to have my gallbladder surgery done to weeks afterwards with follow-up calls and letters, I feel that they were truly invested in my recovery, and I can't thank them enough.
Before before, during, and after the storm. It's been our commitment to you, bringing you this live extended team coverage. I'm Julie Gargata.
And I'm Jerry Hume alongside Ebeth Bruce Wall. We've got it all covered for you with team coverage. Sleepless night for many out there. And so now we're kind of wondering what's the latest with Hurricane Milton. We've got it all covered for you. In fact, I want to let you know that you want to avoid some of the roads out there. US 1792, just in from FDOT, is shut down, washed out in Orange City in Volusia County. So some hazardous conditions. We'll check in with Nicole with traffic in just a moment.
Yeah, right now let's check in with certified meteorologist Maureen McCann. So let's walk back for any viewers just joining us now at 10:30. This all started, yesterday? It made landfall last night. We had so many tornado warnings. What's happened?
Now the whole system that caused all of that is out in the Atlantic. There are still some lingering effects for our coastal counties. We're seeing some of that leftover rain in parts of Brevard County. The Boniface Hires camera still online here, or maybe it's not. That could be a frozen image. Perhaps this camera is not online anymore. We've been checking in with that. Let's see if I can get to the Daytona Beach camera and see how that is looking. And that is in real time. That's the Lexus of Winter Park camera. With the outgoing tide, we're expecting the next high tide cycle coming up this afternoon, and we are going to be monitoring our cameras for any additional erosion or coastal flooding that could occur. Again, that'll be during the 1 o'clock hour this afternoon. And there are still hurricane warnings in effect for Volusia and Brevard counties. Everywhere else highlighted in red, those are tropical storm warnings, meaning winds could still be to tropical storm force in these leftover squalls that are coming in around Milton on the back edge. Plus, there are ongoing flood concerns with some of these flood warnings extended into the afternoon, watching the St. John's along Shingle Creek and the Little Wekiva River at Altamont Springs. Milton, by the way, still a hurricane. We'll await new information coming in at the top of the hour, but it is removed from Florida by some 75 miles to the east-northeast of Cape Canaveral at last check. On the back edge, there are still some lingering pockets of rain, and this one squall that's near Samsula and New Smyrna Beach, a little bit heavier, but these are moving pretty quickly. Some of the rainfall rates in these areas around 1 to 2 inches an hour, as we've been detecting here on Clystron 13. That's where some of the heaviest rain is occurring now. As the zoom out completes here, we're able to see that the center of Milton is bringing the strongest activity out over the Atlantic. We do want to see what's happening out on the roads in the wake of Milton. Even though the rain has tapered for most areas and the winds are gradually subsiding. Nicole, how are things looking now?
Good morning, Maureen. We're definitely seeing the impacts on the road. Take a look behind me. This is I-4 in the Williamsburg area near SeaWorld. As you can see, we do have some flooding there. It looks like a first responder is monitoring that. Earlier today, there were people driving right through that, but that's exactly what officials do not want you to do. Do not drive through any standing water. You don't know if there's a power line or things like that. If we take a look at our radar here, you can see the rain is moving off coast, but if we look at the I-4 corridor, we're just seeing a lot of incidents pop up, especially now that a lot of them are visible in the daylight hours. I want to take you over to Ocala, where we're getting word that at South Pine Ave at Southwest Broadway Street, there is a hole in the road, so they're one lane is impacted by that. You can still get around, but they're advising drivers to be careful. And if we go over to Volusia County, like Jerry just mentioned, there is a washout at US 1792 at Enterprise Road. Now, this is impacting traffic very heavily. You can see part of 1792 is shut down. This is right by Blue Springs Landing. So again, officials are asking that you stay in your safe place for right now. But if you do have to go out, those are just a few things that you need to be aware of. But we'll keep you posted throughout the morning, so stay with us. This update brought to you by your Central Florida Hyundai dealers.
All right, thanks, Nicole. Yeah, another reason to avoid traveling this morning. And a lot of the focus, Julie, today going to be on the East Coast with what Milton brings to the Atlantic and our beaches.
Yeah, and some of the effects that we've seen there, perhaps a bit surprising, some of the amount of debris. We want to bring in our Jacqueline Harold, who is reporting live for us from Flagler County right now. Jackie, you've been in and out of rain. At one point, you talked about clocking 90-mile-per-hour wind gusts. What is the latest there? It looks very busy.
Well, yeah, Jerry and Julie, we're seeing the weather change quite a bit here. Sun kind of peeking out a little, but we're also still getting a little bit of rain, which we know from all of that overnight rain has this road blocked off. We were here earlier. This is one of our first stops once we left the EOC this morning and that curfew lifted around 7:30. This road's still blocked off, and officials tell us that it probably will be for the remainder of the day, keeping people from driving in this area because we have some pretty a substantial amount of flooding here. We were a little further down the street. We've gotten to talk a little bit with a business owner, and we're hoping to go to his business and kind of see how it impacts the front of it. Again, a lot of streets in this same area, in this community, have a lot of flooding, trees down as well, things that we've seen just moved to a safer area. We were at the RV park where we also saw some flooding there. Things starting to look a little better. We're obviously seeing people out there assessing the damage, and we've seen people helping with moving water off the road, moving some of the trees off of the road as well. We also spoke to someone that got up early after the storm to cut down some of the trees that had fallen in the road. We'll share some sound from him in our next hit, but again, still taking things pretty easy after the storm has passed, with quite a bit of damage still to go in this area. Live in Flagler, Jacqueline Harold, Spectrum News.
I like that, Jackie. Cautious optimism. Thanks so much for that live report. Yeah, she showed us a lot of images, Jerry. A lot of flooding happening. Like she mentioned that RV park earlier. It was right to the entrance, and then everything was flooded out. But luckily, many people did evacuate. They heeded the warning.
What a mess. Yeah, a lot of cleanup going to be happening today and through the next couple of days. We continue to monitor the impacts of Hurricane Milton, and we're learning now that a staple in Marion County was damaged from the storm.
Spectrum News 13's Katie Strite joins us now live. Katie, you've moved around a lot. You're somewhere else now. What happened?
It seems like every time there's a storm or a hurricane, we're here at the Ocala Drive-In. I want you to see the sign behind me. That is the sign where they usually show the movie titles, the showing times. Well, it is completely torn to shreds, and those shreds are right here. You can see what the wind did to the sign, even some lettering and numbers right here as well. I see a receipt and a little charger light bulb on the floor as well. We've also talked about flooding in this area. It's very prone to flooding. We've seen this area flood before. I want you to take a look at the other side of the drive-in. Now, this is something that my photographer, who is a native Floridian, has said is a puddle at best after a Florida storm. And so if you've seen this area or in our coverage in this area before, you've noticed that this area has seen worse flooding in the past, and that pretty much is a puddle at best. So overall, the only damage that they've seen is this sign. And so what the entire community of Ocala has seen is power outages. Last time I checked, which was about an hour ago, there's about 70,000 households that were out of power. And so we've been driving around the Ocala area. We've seen a lot of utility workers out and about working to make sure the power is back on. We've also seen a number of emergency vehicles as they are making sure that trees that are down, power lines that are down, to make sure that we are safe on the roads. And that's something that Marion County Sheriff's Office has said, if you can try to not be on the road, stay. That would help them so much. But if you are, be safe and don't do anything like go into a puddle or go near any down power lines or trees. So if you're going to be out, be smart about it. And so this is kind of what we've been seeing in the Ocala area so far after Hurricane Milton. Live in Ocala, Katie Strite, Spectrum News.
Thank you, Katie, for that live report. Our Allison Walker is up next. She is on deck waiting to stand by, and we thank you so much for joining us for this live extended coverage.
Yeah, we continue next. Meteorologist Marion McCann has a look at your forecast. Plus, we're continuing to follow traffic conditions. This is a live look at I-4 there, and you can see that not very many vehicles on the roadway. Good news, because we are dealing with some big-time issues. We're back after this.
injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back. I'm just a nobody." I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody.
When Morgan said nobody is a nobody, I felt like that. And they took care of me, and now we're doing okay.
The weather in Central Florida can be as dynamic as the people who call it home. It's why at Spectrum News 13, we're committed to providing you with an accurate forecast so you can plan for the day ahead. So if it's just another beautiful day or there are storms rolling in, you can count on us to be there for you.
Watch the Spectrum News 13 weather experts with your Weather on the Ones forecast on your TV and on the go with the Spectrum News app, exclusively on Spectrum.
When I saw the tumor on the MRI, my first thought was, am I going to be able to see my daughter again? The doctors knew if I did not end my pregnancy, I would lose my baby, I would lose my life, and my daughter would lose her mom. Florida has now banned abortion, even in cases like mine. Amendment 4 is going to protect women like me. We have to vote yes.
Are you tired of gimmicky legal ads? I know we are. At Bogan Munns & Munns, we believe that reputation is important and can affect your case's outcome. The courtroom is serious business. There's no time for gimmicks. If you want your case to be taken seriously, we believe you need lawyers that are taken seriously. We don't aim to be the loudest or the biggest. We aim to be the best. No gimmicks, just results.
The most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. You see, all law firms are not the same. Our firm has recovered billions and billions for clients. Injured, there's only one Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Here we are at 10:41, coming up on 10:43. Actually, I'm meteorologist Maureen McCann. This is the Launch Credit Union camera. The clouds starting to break apart a bit in the greater Orlando area. I've been watching it from our different camera angles. Here is another one looking off to the west. Good to see that clearing underway. We're also finding things starting to dry out a little bit down at street level on the Greenway Kia camera. This is out by the Wall Street Plaza. The winds certainly starting to ease up here too. Flooding though in the Merritt Island area. Thanks, Kareem, for this video that came in on the Spectrum News app. You can see in that short little loop here how the water level is certainly higher than what they usually are. Remember, we don't want you to get into that water when you don't know how deep it is. You don't want to enter that water because you don't know what's in it. There could be sharp objects. It's Florida. There could be snakes, and we know there could be gators too. So stay away from flooded waters. The water totals, or rain totals, should I say, a little bit higher for some of our friends and family over on the West Coast. Zach Covey has been compiling a list, kind of taking into consideration some of those West Coast totals too, and found that Tampa had just about a foot of rain. And meanwhile, for parts of Lake County, northern Volusia County, places like Pearson, just over 10 inches of rain. We won't be adding too much to those totals going forward. The rainfall amounts are going to go down. The wind speeds coming down too. This follows wind gusts that were as high as 87 miles per hour in Daytona Beach, and those contours across Volusia County really tell the story, along with in Brevard County. Sanford, hurricane force winds, they were not as strong in parts of central and western Marion counties. Still got some heavy rain though in a localized area over southern Volusia County in these last bands that are rotating around the backside of Milton. As these come in off the Atlantic, you might get a quick downpour, some gusty winds, but this should be the last of it. That's right along the I-95 corridor too. Watching those downpours that will soon be advancing towards Mims and Titusville and Merritt Island. The chance of rain really drops off after today as drier air slides in. We've been saying that all along. The temperatures are going to be a lot more comfortable once once the humidity falls into the coming days. We're seeing that with some of our forecast lows for tonight. This is today, and then tonight even some low 60s for parts of Marion County. Weekend looks great. Sunshine, rain at a minimum. We will look ahead in the 7-day forecast next. We do want to see what's happening out there on the roads to assess what the situation looks like across some of our roadways, because Nicole has access to a lot of those cameras, and some people, essential workers, they still do need to get to work today.
Yes, that's true, Maureen, but at the same time, there are FDOT crews out there and evaluating some of the issues that we're seeing now that the sun is up after Hurricane Milton. We've been watching this one all morning. This is at I-4 eastbound near SeaWorld, and people were driving through this little patch of flooding that we have there, but as you can see now, crews are on scene. They've now just blocked that off in the last couple minutes. That's really what a lot of the 250 crews that are out around the state are going to be doing today. So just give them a chance to get that done before you head out on the roads if you can. If we take a look at the I-4 corridor here, we can see it is drying out a little bit compared to this morning. However, we are seeing a lot more issues after the storm. Let's get to those. The first one that I want to tell you about here, if I can get it to work, there we go, is on the Turnpike. This is in the Claremont area. This is Florida's Turnpike southbound. All southbound lanes are blocked by, it's unclear if it's debris. Something is in the road. We'll try to get more answers on that for you, but just keep in mind you'll need to get off the Turnpike before you hit this area over in the Claremont Groveland area. The other issue that we are monitoring is over in Ocala, where there is a hole in the road. That's at South Pine Ave at Southwest Broadway Street. You can still get by in one of the outer lanes. Just use caution if you are heading out that way today. And then the other issue we are monitoring is over in Volusia County. This one in Orange City near Blue Springs Landing. There is a washout at US 1792 at Enterprise Road. You can see US 92 is blocked off there, and it is causing a few slowdowns there as our sensors are picking up on. But again, if you don't have to be out, try not to and just stay in your safe place while crews go out and assess the damage. We are seeing a lot of trees down, power lines down, traffic lights out. So just stay back if you can, and you don't have to go to work or anything like that today. That would be best for all the crews that are out there trying to help the recovery efforts. For now, this update brought to you by your Central Florida Hyundai dealers.
Yeah, good advice from Nicole there. Right, the washout there on 1792 could be a big impact for people that want to head out and see what conditions are like today. I'm Jerry Hume, joined by Allison Walker.
Indeed,
now.
Good morning. Great to be with you once again, Jerry.
Yes, restless, sleepless night for many out there. Very hard with all that pounding wind and that rain. So we are here with you just to get you up to date on what's going on and what has happened so far. And that includes some of dramatic pictures out there. Take a look at this. This is Tropicana Field there in St. Pete. The field where the Rays play was being used as a shelter for first responders. And in this video, you can see panels missing and what is left of that section of the roof just blowing in the wind. Just incredible pictures of an iconic location there in the Tampa Bay area.
And Jerry, even before the storm actually neared our coast, some areas were at risk of flooding, as we know.
Yeah, this is a video we have from Polk County. The sheriff's office posting some photos on Wednesday.
We're going to try to pull those up for you.
So we'll get to this Polk County video now if we can. Actually, we have, we'll get to that in just a little bit, but first we do want to go over to Flagler County. They're going to be dealing with a lot of impacts, cleaning up from Milton, but also the concerns today with any beach erosion.
Indeed, and I believe we have Rick Staley joining us right now. Sir, can you hear us okay? We don't have your audio, my friend. If you don't mind making sure that mute button, and try again, sir, if you don't mind.
Yep, I can hear you
fine. There we go.
Awesome.
Beautiful. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for pausing to be with us, sir. And curious to know if you could kindly break down for us the extent of the damage. Again, we're encouraging folks not to really get out there now. So from your perspective, talk to us.
Well, thank you very much. I just came in from the field. In Flagler County, we have about 50,000 FPL customers without power. We have lots of trees down, power lines down, roads flooded, debris. So you're right. We really need people to stay home. It's dangerous roads. Most of the traffic lights are not functioning. And most people apparently, from what I've seen, don't know what to do then. So I'll explain it real quick. You come to an intersection what should have a functioning traffic light and it's not. You're supposed to handle that as if everybody had a stop sign. And so you handle it that way, whether it's a two-way stop, three-way stop, or four-way stop, depending on the intersection. My emergency response team is out trying to get major arteries cleared of trees. State Road 100 West on our western part of the county had at least a dozen trees over the road, and there is flooding over the road also. In the Flagler Beach area, I would just tell you the ocean is very angry. There is some flooding over the road. There's sand over the road and some damage, and again, power outage. So really the safest thing for people to do today is stay at home unless you just, for some emergency, you have to get out because the roads are just dangerous traffic conditions until we can get traffic lights restored and the trees cleared. You may end up finding yourself in the middle of an emergency that maybe you create by going out and sightseeing. When I was checking our community and going over to Flagler.
Yeah, and Sheriff Staley, as you look at Flagler Beach, I know there's been some damage, including reports to City Hall. What can you tell us about that? Plus, what is going to be the issues along the coast there over the next several hours?
Well, we still have some wind, obviously not as strong as it was during the night, but the wind is still there. We are still getting rain, and the power outages is the issue. And the roads are not clear. There's sand on A1A. That and further north up towards Marine Land, we have some flooding. So you really don't want to be a gawker today and go out and look. In fact, I pulled over 2 cars that were speeding on roads that were wet and no traffic lights because they wanted to go look at the ocean. That's exactly the opposite of what you should be doing. You shouldn't be doing that at all.
Yeah, you don't want to be pulled over by the Flagler County Sheriff. Well, Sheriff Staley, tell me, I guess the main reason for these flooded roads is to avoid them is you can do some serious damage to your vehicle and you can really put that vehicle out of lights, really.
Well, not only that, but you don't know what's under that road. Maybe that road washed out and you think it's only 8-10 inches deep, and the next thing you know, you're upside down or your front end is in some big washout, and now it turns into a rescue. So you just don't know. So, you know, the best thing to do is if a road is flooded, don't go through it. The best thing to do is just stay at home.
And Sheriff, finally, for the next several days, you know, and into next week, what resources will you be using that you think will be most valuable? And do you feel that you are stacked with these resources and the support?
So in our county, at least for first responders, I think we have sufficient and adequate people in services. We do not have enough people to staff every intersection and have a traffic light. So that's not fair. We really need FPL, you know, to get there as quick as they can or restoring power. But I know we're not the only community that's having power outages. So I know they're going to get to us as soon as they can. I'm going to recommend that we continue our curfew at night until we certainly get power restored, just for the safety of our community. Last night during the storm, we answered about 175 calls. We made 1 arrest for domestic violence. But for the most part, people behaved and stayed inside, and we appreciate that. And today,
Tropical storm warning. A hurricane warning has been replaced by a tropical storm warning for the following counties. In Florida, inland northern Brevard, inland southern Brevard, inland Volusia, mainland northern Brevard, and mainland southern Brevard.
in from some of those counties, and this tree came down in the Valrico area. That's a large tree. This is going to be a scene for many neighborhoods today. There's a lot of cleanup, but the worst is behind us. Milton offshore, still a hurricane, by the way, with the latest numbers coming in, winds to 80 miles per hour. Remember, 74 miles per hour is the threshold that designates it a hurricane. Category 1, moving to the east-northeast at 20 miles per hour, having overnight. The positioning has 135 miles off the coast of Cape Canaveral. A lot more disorganized. It's not nearly as symmetrical. That low opening up, that wind field spreading, and that's what we had to endure overnight with those strong winds. Those are seen here with the counterclockwise flow around low pressure, but what's happening now is that we are pulling in drier air on the backside of it. And that is what's going to be setting up for several days, getting a taste of dry season with these conditions. Moisture suppressed off to the south of us through the weekend, so we get a chance to enjoy some lower humidity. Notice that we really don't see much of an opportunity for any meaningful rain going out about a week, so that is definitely some welcome news in the wake of the flood concerns. Rain chances have really been scaled back after today. The 40% really represents the eastern side of the peninsula, these leftover showers that we're dealing with. The likelihood just a little bit greater, Flagler, Volusia, northern Brevard counties. It's a lesser chance for rain as you go to the west. So temperatures will be leveling out in the 80s going forward. Nighttime lows in the 60s, making it a lot more comfortable, especially if you don't have air conditioning, with many without power at this time. That's what's happening weather-wise. I think we're going to be heading over to Nicole now for a check of the road. She's watching things from the traffic center.
Good morning, Maureen. Things are certainly getting busier, which we just heard from Sheriff Rick Staley in Flagler County. That's exactly what officials do not want. Take a look behind me. This is I-4 westbound in the Champions Gate area. Now, a few days ago, we saw so many people evacuating off of the West Coast. Now all that traffic is reversing. It's understandable that people want to get home and see what damage they are having to deal with after this storm. But again, so many officials across Central Florida asking you to just wait, give them time to get their crews out there because there are so many issues on the road. And we're going to talk about a lot of those issues. Take a look here at the I-4 corridor. We're just seeing more and more traffic issues pop up now that we've got sunlight and we can see exactly what we're dealing with. So let's take a look at a couple of those. The first one is over in the Claremont area on the Turnpike. All the southbound lanes are blocked in this area. We're not sure if what exactly is on the road, but something is on the road causing this blockage. So you're going to have to get off the Turnpike early if you're heading south. Just something to keep in mind. Again, like the sheriff said, don't drive if you don't have to. You don't want to find yourself in an emergency that you created. Now, over in Ocala, there's a hole in the road at South Pine Ave at Broadway Street. Traffic is still getting by here. You see, it looks like our sensors are detecting the slowdowns are getting better, but just use caution if you do have to go that way. And the last issue we're monitoring is over in Volusia County in the Orange City area right by Blue Springs Landing. This is a washout at US 1792 at Enterprise Road. You can see this is blocked off here, causing some slowdowns there. If you don't have to go that way, just don't, and try to stay in your safe place until there's about 250 FDOT crews out right now assessing damage, like street lights out, power lines in the road, and there's just so many issues that you just don't want to put yourself in a dangerous situation if you don't have to be there. And a quick reminder, if you see a traffic light that is out, you should treat that as a four-way stop. And we'll keep bringing you updates throughout the morning, so stay with us. This update brought to you by your Central Florida Hyundai dealers.
11 o'clock. Good morning. I'm Allison Walker.
And I'm Jerry Hume. Our special coverage of Hurricane Milton continues now. Still a hurricane, now churning over the Atlantic coast after making its way through the Florida Peninsula in the overnight hours.
Indeed. And so, folks, right now, you're getting up, you're assessing your damage and trying to figure out the next steps. And we do know that we are going to hear from Seminole County leaders in just a moment with an update on rundown on how that county fared overnight and the next steps in terms of rebuild. And so, guys, do we have the leaders in Seminole County available right now?
Hasn't started yet,
Okay.
but so we'll continue to watch that, monitor that. We know that Seminole County in particular, they'll be looking at a lot of the debris that has fallen, the power lines. I traveled through Seminole County this morning, saw that some of those stoplights are not working, those signals are not working. So remember to treat that as a four-way stop. And then the other concern is going to be the water, like Lake Monroe, Lake Jessup, and the St. Johns River. We saw the big impacts from Hurricane Ian. We'll see if there's impacts with Hurricane Milton. And right now here at 11:01, we want to get the very latest on the track of Milton. And what's next for us? We've got certified meteorologist Maureen McCann. Hey, Mo.
Next, we are transitioning to some quieter weather eventually. Still windy, breezy out there, depending on where you are. And conditions are going to be quiet as we go forward. It's a full house in the Weather Center right now. What you don't see behind the camera, we got Chris Gilson here, Zach Covey, and Mallory Nichols. And they're rested. They got some rest in between their shifts. But yeah, we've been very busy here in the Weather Center, and we're transitioning back to some relatively quieter weather. But we're not there yet. We still have tropical storm warnings up along our east coast, and those have been discontinued along the I-4 corridor. There are still ongoing flood concerns and still lingering rain on the east coast too. Milton, by the way, 11 o'clock numbers coming in, have it still as a hurricane, and it sounds like we're going to be able to toss things now to a press conference.
Yes, Seminole County leaders providing an update following Hurricane Milton.
Yes, so let's take a listen in.
Seminole County, overnight we had over 50,000 power outages here in Seminole County, with reports of trees down, powers out, and at one area we had gusts up over 89 miles per hour, some pretty significant damage across the county. Currently, we have over 115 traffic signals that are down. They are down, and we just want to remind everyone related to the traffic signals being down that please treat that as a four-way stop. So as you come up to the intersection, stop just like you would at a four-way stop. We have quite a few roads that are also blocked, right at about 100 roads that are blocked right now to some level. So please, if you do have to drive around, drive with care. We are currently asking, of course, that you not do that. If you do not have to go, if you do not need to go to the hospital, you don't need to go to a critical infrastructure work area, that maybe you just, if you need to go outside in your neighborhood. Help your neighbor. Maybe pick up some debris. Maybe someone down the street that has a disability can't do that on their own, that you could help one of those individuals. If you do have to go out on the road, we ask that you please use a lot of caution. There's localized flooding on multiple roads across the county. Please be careful. If you see water on the roadway, please don't drive through it. Turn around, don't drown, is our message. We don't want you to get your vehicle stuck on a roadway, and we certainly don't want to have to do rescues related to that. Last night we had over 13 inches of rain in certain areas of the county. We went into major flood stage at the Little Wekiva River, G Creek, Howell Creek, and the Little Econ also had major flooding. Those tributaries will go to the St. Johns River. The St. Johns River is not forecasted currently to crest. It will continue to get higher and higher into moderate and potentially major flood stage over the next few days, and we'll be in the response mode for doing that for a while. There are over 900 individuals that are currently in emergency shelters here in Seminole County. That's up from last night. So as the night went on, we had trees in homes. We had water that went into homes. Those individuals evacuated and went to their nearest shelter, emergency shelter. So we actually had an increase overnight of people inside the emergency shelter. Now as that we're out and doing damage assessment, our roads and stormwater crews are out. They're trying to identify, clear the major arteries, the major roadways here in Seminole County, and then getting to the smaller roads, and then finally the neighborhood type roads to make sure that they are cleared out. If you have experienced damage in your home, we ask that you let us know about that damage. You can do that by going to prepareseminole.org. You can even do that on your cell phone. So if you have cell service, we have been quite lucky with most areas of the county not reporting major issues with cell service. A little bit slow, but not major outages related to the cell. So you can go to prepareseminole.org and you can do a damage assessment report right there from the website. These damage assessment numbers will help us help your neighbor, and we want to get all that information to FEMA so that FEMA can come in faster here to Seminole County to help each and every one of our residents. So providing that information goes a long way in helping yourself as well as helping your neighbors to recuperate from this disaster. And overnight, our crews went out, our fire crews and our law enforcement crews went out there, did quite a few rescues due to trees going into homes and floods going into homes as well. And just want to thank the partnership that we have with the first response entities, specifically the Seminole County Fire Department, which I used to be a member of before I moved to emergency management. And I'd like to ask the fire chief to come up and give us a couple pieces of information of what's going on. Chief? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Alan. Good morning. First, I'd like to thank everyone for staying informed, preparing, and sheltering responsibly. By staying off the roads unnecessarily, you kept yourself safe and you kept our first responders safe. So from 8 p.m. last night to 8 a.m. this morning, we received 368 911 calls. This is about 150% above what our normal capacity would be for our daily average. The only significant storm-related call that we did have a tree that went into a residence. It did end up trapping an occupant in their bed. Our crews were able to respond and remove the occupant. Was able to ambulate, walk out under their own power. We did transport to the hospital just to be under an abundance of caution. Regarding electrical hazards, we received 50 calls related to power lines down, arcing, and other things doing with power lines. We did have to halt our response for our transport units throughout the evening from time to time for about 3.5 hours due to the extreme winds. Thankfully, those winds never got to the point where we had to cease all operations, so our heavy vehicles, our engines, our towers were still able to respond. On a positive note, we had no calls for carbon monoxide, the poisonous, colorless, odorless gas that generators produce. Thank you for listening to the generator safety. We also didn't have any high water rescues or calls for sinking vehicles. That's a very good sign that our citizens, again, have learned and are heeding our warnings. This does bring me to a critical reminder. Please stay off the roads unless absolutely necessary. We do have teams out conducting damage assessment, and there are fallen trees and some flooding. Do not drive through standing water. We do have a quick response team out finishing up assessing areas such as the Little Wekiva and G Creek near Winter Springs, clearing roadways, identifying any hazards. We also have a drone team who's teamed up with the damage assessment team to assess those flood-prone areas that are harder to get into. We remain ready to support any life-saving and/or public safety needs. Please stay indoors if possible and avoid floodwaters, trees, and down power lines. Floodwaters can pose serious risks that include down power lines, human and animal waste. There can be hazardous materials in those floodwaters, debris that can injure you, lumber, other physical hazards, wildlife such as rodents, snakes, fire ants. That's an injury that can definitely happen. If you must enter floodwaters, wear rubber boots, gloves, and goggles. So as we begin some of these post-storm activities, I'm sure that people are going to go out with chainsaws. We got a lot of down trees. I'm sure that you have them on your properties. Thing I will always say is if you've never used a chainsaw before, don't let this be the first time where you learn. It's not a learning activity. Get a professional. Get a neighbor that knows how to use it. Wear protective gear. You want to wear eye protection, hand protection, chaps that protect your legs, and never make any cuts that are above your waist. Continue to stay safe. Post-storm recovery is just as critical as pre-storm preparation. And thank you for your partnership and keeping you safe. Alan?
Are there any questions?
Mr. Norris, we heard the governor and Director of Emergency Management, Kevin Duffrey, in the state talking recently about Seminole County this morning and the concern about all of the water that is going to drain from the St. John's in the coming days. Can you just talk about how people should approach this as we get past this storm when they think it's over?
Yeah, I spoke, Kevin's a good friend. I spoke with Kevin last night pretty late. The governor and the state really have clear knowledge of what happens here on the St. Johns River. They understand that we are going to be in response mode for a while because the water's going to continue to rise. While other areas of our community are recovering from what happened last night, there are folks that still haven't experienced what Hurricane Milton is going to give them because the water is forecasted to continue to rise on the St. Johns River for at least 5, 6, maybe even 7 more days as the water makes its way through the different tributaries, Little Wekiva River, Little Econ, the Howell Creeks and G Creeks and all those others. So we know that it's going to swell. We are forecasted to be in major flood. Right now, we are not forecasted to be at the level we were with Hurricane Ian, so that's a blessing, and that's because the storm moved faster. Had the storm moved a little slower, we would have been, but it's still going to be major flood stage. So those that have been around for a little while knows there's the potential that State Road 46 could close at some point as the water continues to rise. We know about the homes that flood out there. They've already pre-positioned vehicles to help those folks. So doing some things there, but today we're actually, ironically, while people are taking their sandbags down, we're talking about opening up sandbag locations where people can get sandbags for the St. Johns River. So we're going to be doing preparatory in some areas of the community and response and recovery in the other sections of the community.
Do you think the sandbag locations will be open tomorrow?
We are, yes. We're pushing them today, so it is kind of difficult because we're clearing roads, we're trying to get traffic signals up and operational, and we're preparing for flooding. Ironically, we are dealing with flooding, but we're also preparing for more flooding. And so we actually will be opening up sandbag locations tomorrow at 10 a.m. We'll get those locations to you after the conference. We're still trying to figure out exactly, want to make sure they're all set and there's no damage there first. If there is no damage, we'll be setting them up. There will be one, though, out in the Geneva area for those folks, so it's very close by. All right. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
County Emergency Management Director there, and the big update is that they're going to be keeping close eye on the St. Johns River. Not expected to be at the levels we saw with Hurricane Ian, but still major flood stage. In fact, they may open up some sandbag locations, including there in the Geneva area, because there's so much a concern of flooding.
So it's interesting, they're not only just in response mode, but they're in prepping mode again for the flooding to happen in the days and the weeks. And an interesting note, something that jumped out at me, is that he said that last night they had 900 people in the shelters, but that number was growing because those folks who chose not to evacuate, water started coming into their homes. They were hearing those trees, and that can be a little jarring. So he was pleased to see that folks, heeded the encouragement to get on out and enter the safe shelter.
Yeah, he said trees went down into some homes. In fact, about 50,000 people without power right now. They had gusts about 89 miles per hour. Right now, big issue with the roads, so he really recommended folks stay off the roads. 115 traffic signals are down, and 100 roads in Seminole County are blocked in some sort of fashion, whether that be flooding or debris out there. There is localized flooding on some of the roads.
And I know we have coming up, folks, as it's 11:15 now at noon, Governor Ron DeSantis will be joining us again for another update, and I believe he's in St. Lucie,
the Fort Pierce area.
Fort Pierce area.
In, southeastern peninsula.
So we'll be bringing that to you. And so at this time, I think we should get a check of the maps right now. let's toss it over to our certified meteorologist here. She is Maureen McCann. So Maureen, what are you tracking right now? What are you looking at?
Still got our Daytona Beach camera called up. You know, some of ours have fallen victim to power outages, so we don't have access to our complete network, but some stayed online, including this one, the Alexa Winter Park camera. Even though the view is a little obscured, you can see those high water levels. We are coming into the next high tide cycle during the 1 o'clock hour for high tide, closer to 2 p.m. And there is the potential for more erosion and coastal flooding. And that is what we are going to be monitoring along our east coast. There will be another high tide cycle coming up for Flagler Beach at 2:19 a.m. It's 1:54 in the afternoon. And then for Daytona Beach, that's 1:50 p.m. Another high tide cycle at 2:15 in the morning. We had a high tide cycle also around 2 a.m. today. Now, the wind gusts are still elevated along the east coast. Melbourne, a gust of 33. Same with Daytona Beach. But it's good to see these numbers have gone way down west of I-4. Lake George and DeLand, even the Villages, looking at calm conditions. This comes after our peak gusts as high as 87 miles per hour for Daytona Beach. Now, our camera in Daytona Beach, it was pointed in the direction of seeing some offshore clouds and showers. These are the final squalls that are going to be pushing in from the north, wrapping around the extreme back edge of Milton. But that rain still coming down moderate to heavy, Merritt Island, Cape Canaveral, Titusville, Mims, and along I-95. But the wind speeds coming down a lot in these areas. You just have to contend with those locally heavy rainfall amounts within some of those squalls. The rest Central Florida looking a lot drier. But the conditions are going to be quiet as we go forward throughout the afternoon, or quieter, should I say. The wind speeds coming down. And then the forecast improves significantly going forward, especially for those without power. I know it's going to be tough not having AC, but at least the humidity will be down and our temperatures are not going to be nearly as warm. We're really scaling back the ranges for tomorrow. A lot of this really not going to transpire in a meaningful way. And those temperatures by tomorrow morning, check out these lows in the upper 60s, in the lower 60s, should I say, for parts of Marion County. So the rain and wind winding down, clearing tonight, and a beautiful weekend up ahead and a beautiful week next week, especially for anyone who may be visiting. I know this week was hard for people to have those vacations go as planned. There were a lot of disruptions, but for anyone coming next week, things are looking much better. And I'll have that 7-day forecast coming up right now. Class Drone 13.
Local Forecast is brought to you by Covenant Roofing. The difference is the promise. CovenantRoofFL.com.
At Spectrum News, we're committed to strengthening the fabric of local communities through our reporting, with stories that inspire and news that matters on your smart TV and connected devices. Streaming live 24/7, plus on-demand weather forecasts. It's all there as you step outside with the Spectrum News mobile app, keeping you informed and in the know throughout your day. Spectrum News, your community connection, exclusively for Spectrum customers. Now available on your favorite devices.
For 50 years, Kelly Ford has delivered quality and trust. As your pre-owned truck headquarters, we offer the best selection of trucks and a wide range of pre-owned cars and SUVs from all makes and models. With our Kelly risk-free guarantee, including a 150-point inspection, 3-day money-back promise, and 30-day exchange plan, you drive away with peace of mind. Choose Kelly Ford, where innovation meets personal service. Visit us just off US 1 between the Causeways and Melbourne, or online. Remember, if you don't buy from Kelly Ford, you'll pay too much.
I felt like I was tied to the house more because digestion wasn't working as it should. I noticed a little bit of pain on occasion up just under my rib cage. I don't feel that way any longer. From when I first initialized my process here at parish to have my gallbladder surgery done to weeks afterwards with follow-up calls and letters, I feel that they were truly invested in my recovery, and I can't thank them enough.
If you believe the journey is the destination, you'll love exploring in the 2024 Subaru Crosstrek. Standard symmetrical all-wheel drive plus up to 34 miles per gallon, an 11.6-inch high-resolution touchscreen, plus a 182 horsepower Subaru Boxer engine. Love is out there. Find it in a Crosstrek.
Visit Subaru of Melbourne, just 1 minute east of I-95 on 192. Experience the Subaru difference today.
And here in the Weather Center with Chris Gilson and Zach Covey with the latest on Milton, having made landfall last night at 8:30. The official location was Siesta Key, so that put the right side of the storm, the more vulnerable side of the storm for storm surge, into places like Charlotte Harbor and Fort Myers, the greater storm surge numbers there compared to, say, the Tampa Bay area. Winds of 120 miles per hour made it a Category 3 at landfall, and then it was a Category 1 as it was crossing central Florida and emerging into the Atlantic. Looks a lot more disorganized on Clystron 13 today as it battles wind shear and interacts with the front, so that is going to be causing that system to fall apart in the Atlantic, no longer a threat to Florida or the United States, aside from the lingering bands of rain and winds on the back side of it. Winds will not be to the extent that they were yesterday. For those watching from the Tampa, St. Pete area, I know many have evacuated, and you're watching us being over here in the greater Orlando area, having come inland. These are some of the peak wind gusts that were measured over there. The top one that we could find, Egmont Key at 105 miles per hour, Bradenton 102 miles per hour. St. Pete got about 1.5 feet of rain out of this. In Polk County, Lakeland had over 9 inches of rain. Some of our cooperative observers locally within the Coco Ross network had totals over 1 foot in DeBerry, Ormond Beach, Oviedo, Port Orange just under 1 foot, same with New Smyrna Beach, and we still are going to monitor any additional rain that could exacerbate situations over on the East Coast with these leftover pockets, but you can see how dry the air is that is taking over, so the widespread downpours are going to be much less of a concern going forward as Milton pulls away. We still want to monitor the next few high tide cycles for Daytona Beach, high tide at 1:50 this afternoon, coming up again at 2:15 in the overnight hours. For Flagler Beach, the next high tide at 1:54 and then 2:19 in the morning. So these are times that we are going to monitor just in case there is any additional erosion taking place or any coastal flooding. The Futurecast has Milton moving away, lingering rain coming to an end, and then drier air settling in behind it, an air mass that is going to have much lower humidity, more comfortable conditions, and that will take us into the weekend. We'll really be dropping back the rain chances and bringing back a good amount of sunshine. So your forecast numbers have just minimal opportunities for showers in the coming days. And I know with many of you without power watching us in the Spectrum News app, that means you're without AC. So these more comfortable overnight temperatures will be appreciated. We'll keep those going into next week. More weather on the ones coming up right now. Clystron 13.
Good morning. We're bringing you live images of a traffic issue in the Turnpike. Take a look behind me. This is in Claremont. So you can see there is a big hole in the road blocking all southbound lanes. Again, emergency crews are on scene working on it. They're asking that everyone stay away, stay in your safe place. Don't go out on the roads if you don't have to, but if you are in that area and you have to get off the Turnpike at mile marker 289. So I want to give you a closer look at where that is. If we go over to the Claremont area, you can see it is causing quite a closure from Claremont into the Groveland area with all southbound lanes blocked. So just keep that in mind. We're also monitoring an issue over in Ocala, South Pine Ave at Southwest Broadway Street, where there is a hole in the road. We'll keep you updated. This update brought to you by your Central Florida Hyundai dealers.
We continue to check in with crews everywhere to take a different looks at what we're seeing in terms of damage now that the daylight hours are upon us.
Marion County, we're talking about you this morning. We've been checking in with her on and off. Katie Stride joining us from that part of Central Florida with a look at any flooding or damage.
So we are now seeing a little bit more of this debris that we've been talking about for quite some time. You can see there's some mud, some more debris in the road, a huge tree branch that was off to the side. And as you're following me here, you can see a little bit more of this debris that we've been talking about. But this is important to see because Marion County Sheriff's Office, they've been talking about this for quite some time. If you are in Marion County, do not go and sightsee about all of this damage. They know that there's damage in the area, but right now they're out and about assessing that type of damage. And so they need to have the roadways clear. They need to know what areas of concern there are in Marion County. And so that is what the kind of take all is for all of this. If you are in Marion County, stay home, stay safe, whether you're in a shelter, a hotel, or in your own home, to stay in a shelter and stay safe after we're seeing a lot of this debris in the area. In Ocala, Katie Strait, Spectrum News.
All right, take a look at this at your screen. A new video this morning out of Altamont Springs as Seminole County fire officials say a fire happened right in the middle of all this. This is down power lines, sparking that fire, and then they say miraculously itself is extinguished. So this was in the area of Forest Avenue in Altamont Springs again, but it really serves as a great reminder as we continue on our day today and start to talk about recovery and go out and venture outside. You want to avoid all downed power lines at all costs. It can be deadly.
So even before this hurricane was getting close to the coast, some spots were already at high risk of flooding.
Yeah, some of these waterways just at high levels. And I want you to take a look at your screen. This is Polk County. The Sheriff's Office posting these photos. Just recently, this was Reynolds Road near Main Avenue in Lakeland. We're told there is no large body of water in that area, i.e. a lake or anything like that. This is just illustrating the power, the sheer volume of water that came down very rapidly with the storm. There are still places with quite high water all across Polk, and roadways with, as we've seen in many other places, downed trees, a lot of debris. Polk County Sheriff's Office pushing out that teams will be clearing roadways as quickly as they can.
Spectrum News 13's marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
This sponsorship is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan.
For the people.
An injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back. I'm just a nobody." I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody.
When Morgan said nobody is a nobody, I felt like that. And they took care of me, and now we're doing okay.
At Spectrum, we understand the value of staying connected to your passion, work, and ideas. That's why we combined the fastest and most reliable internet with Spectrum Mobile to provide you with a seamless connection wherever creativity sparks. And now, as a Spectrum Internet customer, you get one line of Spectrum Mobile for a full year included with your service, with unlimited talk, text, and data. Call 1-833-951-1261. With Spectrum Mobile, the nation's fastest growing mobile provider, you get a fast, reliable connection you can count on to bring your ideas to life when you need it most. Stay seamlessly connected with one line of Spectrum Mobile for a full year included with your internet service, with no contracts or additional costs. Call 1-833-951-1261. With Spectrum Internet and Spectrum Mobile, get a fast, reliable, and seamless connection wherever you are.
Nervous, confused, overwhelmed. An unplanned pregnancy brings many emotions, but one thing you never have to feel is overwhelmed. We're here to help you understand your options and plan your future. Florida provides life-saving protections, judgment-free care, and free resources. Last year, the state of Florida provided nearly 400,000 services to pregnant women and their families. To speak to someone who cares, call 866-673-HOPE.
The most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. You see, all law firms are not the same. Our firm has recovered billions and billions for clients. Injured, there's only one Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Time now is 11:30. We do say good morning again. I'm Allison Walker. We really appreciate you sticking with us and trusting Spectrum News as we all are riding out Hurricane Milton together. And we know today it's all about response, right? And recovery. Also now preparing again for what's next because of the flooding in the days and the weeks to come for some of us.
Yeah, and I'm Jerry Hume. We've got special live coverage throughout the day here on Spectrum News 13. We also are going to hear from the Volusia County Sheriff, Mike Chitwood, shortly. But first, as we approach 11:31, we want to send it over to certified meteorologist Chris Gilson. Chris, you got Daytona Beach behind you. What are the impacts today as far as beach erosion?
Yeah, we're looking at the storm surge, still a concern here along the East Coast, and you can see the water rising here live here from the Lexus of Winter Park camera in Daytona Beach. Still some rain right along the coast as well, but the bigger impact is the tide, and that tide really coming in here along the coast of Daytona Beach. So storm surge warnings continue. We're looking at that storm surge potential around 3 to 4 feet. Even though Milton is pulling away off our East Coast, we're still looking at those gusty winds and that chance for some hazardous conditions along our East Coast through the afternoon and into the early evening. So we did have hurricane warnings for most of Central Florida earlier this morning. They have been dropped, and now we're holding on to tropical storm warnings for Melbourne, Volusia, and Flagler County. So we could have those tropical storm force winds of 39 miles per hour or higher continuing through the afternoon. The other concern will still be flooding. We're looking at flood warnings, flood watches ongoing here into portions of East Central Florida. We're seeing the green polygon. That's a flood warning, and then embedded in with that is a flood watch. So still flooding concerns here across Central Florida as Milton pulls away. It is a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 80 miles per hour. Movement is quick to the east-northeast at 20 miles per hour. And notice it's already 135 miles to the east-northeast of Cape Canaveral. But even though it's moving away, we're still looking at those dangerous ocean conditions and even still some rain coming down along the I-95 corridor through Volusia County around Daytona Beach, Edgewater, Oak Hill, down toward Titusville and Rockledge. So everything kind of moving from north to south. So east of I-4, that's where we'll see that rain chance continuing. And at times we get pockets of heavier rain. You can see quickly there a quick batch of some heavier downpours that worked through New Smyrna Beach and Oak Hill in the past hour. So we'll continue to watch that chance for some heavier downpours along the East Coast and also those coastal hazards. We'll have more details on Milton as it continues to track away from the Florida East Coast coming up a little later on. Jerry and Allison?
Yeah, and I know a lot of folks there on the coast and intercoastal are just watching the water inch by inch creep up toward their house if it's not already over some of the docks. So, of course, we'll track that throughout the day. And we also are tracking, of course, the impacts of Hurricane Milton county to county. We're fanning all across Central Florida.
Yeah, over on the East Coast, the Volusia County Sheriff's Office back on the streets. They're expected to put a curfew in effect tonight. That's new information.
Indeed. And Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood joining us live to talk more about that. Sheriff, wow. I mean, know how busy you are with your response right now and even dealing with some water damage at your own home. Give us an assessment, a bird's eye view of how the county fared during all of this so far.
Well, thanks for having me, and thank you guys. You guys have been indispensable to us since this first started. We're tuned to you all the time. You know, we prepped ourselves to be prepared for Ian-like effects, and that's how we staged. We staged the same way Ian flooded. We were told that expect those same areas to flood. The areas that came close to flooding, they're going to flood. And sure enough, their prediction was correct. So we had our high water rescue vehicles staged with rescue swimmers, paramedics, and deputies fanned out through the county. Around 2 a.m. this morning, when that wall of rain and that heavy wind came in, that's when the calls started to come in. So we broke the calls down into 2 categories. Tier 1 were for those with medical emergencies and those who are in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death from the floodwaters. And Tier 2 was for the folks who had an inch or 2 or a foot or 2 in their house and they said, hey, I'm good, but can you just come and get me out of here? We're working on the Tier 2 calls right now. Overall, there were probably over 150 calls that have came in. We've gotten a lot of help from FWC and the National Guard. Thank the governor for staging the National Guard here. So hopefully hopefully by later on this afternoon, we think we should have everybody out of their home if it was inundated with water and in a safe place.
Sheriff Chitwood, we've seen a little video of you there in action. Can you kind of give us kind of a sense of what you experienced yourself when you were out there with those rescues?
Yeah, when we were out there last night, it was like that you guys all said it was around 2 o'clock you're going to see the impacts, and sure enough, around 2 o'clock, a road that I had driven by at 1:40 or 1:45, when I went through that road 15 or 20 minutes later, it was impassable, and that's the way the rest of the night unfolded. All of those things, for all the days that we have taken all this rain, all of those places began to flood. And people need to understand that. I mean, you know, all the usual suspects that we get water, they got it. And unfortunately, I had deputies that were washed out during Ian, and they got washed out again during Milton, because they were in that area that we were targeting.
If you're just tuning in, folks, we're speaking live with Sheriff Chitwood right now. And Sheriff, if we could go back to that curfew, right, in effect tonight, doing it to deter crime or looting, right?
Yeah, it serves two purposes. You know, the cities are asking for it, and I think the county needs it as well, because we need time to clean up. You know, there are down power lines, there are down trees, there are structural damages to bridges that need to be inspected before we reopen everything. And you have a lot of displaced residents that, let's face it, we have a few ne'er-do-wells that will absolutely take advantage of this. So what we're asking for is 9 to 5, 9 p.m. tonight to 5 o'clock in the morning. Give Road and Bridge, give Public Works, give the cities a chance to get everything back online so life can return to normal tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock as best as we can.
You know, and Sheriff, the governor's saying that they supplied, or they had more National Guardsmen ahead of this storm than any other storm in Florida's history. Have you really felt that support, and is it being utilized already in the most effective way?
Yeah, absolutely. They're, number one, they're embedded in our emergency operations center, and number two, their equipment's here. So it's like when you're out there and you're working with yourself, the other municipalities, Fish and Wildlife, you know you have that, not use a baseball analogy, you have that ninth inning closer there, that if something's coming at you and you need those resources, all you have to do is push a button and they're coming out in force. And I got to tell you, it makes you feel pretty good knowing you have that kind of backup.
Sheriff Chitwood, you mentioned the roads, the structural damage to the bridge. Can you give any more specific details on what bridges or what major roadways you're looking at right now that are impassable?
You know, road and bridges, we're working on that with the county, but right now I can tell you 415 and Tomoka Farms Road is definitely a concern. It was washed out during Ian. They kind of patched it together, and now here we are. It's washed out again, and they have to be careful of that. Taylor Road is another place in Port Orange. Obviously, the bigger bridges that were closed during the height of the storm, those bridges have to be inspected. You know, Orange City, their police department lost 5 police cars last night in flash flooding. Highway 17, which connects the west side of the county with Pearson and Seville and Crescent City, there's a lot of down trees and washed out roads there that it took one of my lieutenants 2 hours to get to work today, which normally it takes him 30 minutes to get here. So, you know, there's county-wide, all of these roads have to be checked, they have to be reopened. You want to let the power folks get to do their thing. So we're just asking for patience for a little bit, and 9 to 5, so I don't think we're asking for a lot here.
Sheriff Mike Chitwood, we really appreciate you pausing during this very busy time, and I want you to go back to your home and check on that flooding situation, my friend. So take care of yourself, too, as you're taking care of all of us. We appreciate it.
Thank you for everything you're doing for the community. We appreciate it.
Of course. I appreciate Sheriff Chitwood always and his time. And even though that curfew is in place tonight, it's still a good idea to avoid the roads as we're still dealing with those issues the sheriff mentioned.
Great advice, Jerry, indeed. And folks, at 11:39, we are going to pause for a quick break. We'll see you in just a few minutes. You're watching Spectrum News. Keep it locked in.
Command attention everywhere you go with a new Acura from Acura of Melbourne.
Right now, lease a new Acura MDX for just $499 a month.
Elevate your drive at Acura of Melbourne. I-95 exit 191.
Flooring America saved our summer.
Our grandkids tracked in so much water from the pool that they ruined our floors. That's when my husband suggested that we call Flooring America. We got new waterproof vinyl plank flooring that can stand up to pool parties and our grandkids' cannonballs.
Messy kids, messy pets. With our guaranteed low pricing and interest-free financing, we make it easy for you to afford the floor you really need. Flooring America, where friends send friends.
Experience the convenience of a one-stop banking solution with Launch Credit Union. Whether you're just starting out or if you've been in business for many years, Launch Credit Union offers a wide variety of products and services to help you grow your business. With branches conveniently located throughout Brevard and Volusia, we're nearby and ready to help. Visit launchcu.com or scan the QR code on your screen for more information. Launch Credit Union. Together, let's go beyond.
At Lazy Days, take a break and kick your feet up with unbeatable savings on a wide selection of RVs from your favorite brands. Relax in a brand new travel trailer under $15,000 or a new fifth wheel under $40,000. Lazy Days is celebrating with work hard, play hard pricing and payments as low as $115 a month. With thousands of RVs to choose from, Lazy Days has an RV for every lifestyle and budget. Visit lazydays.com today. Lazy Days of Fort Pierce, I-95 exit 129.
Command attention everywhere you go with a new Acura from Acura of Melbourne.
Right now, lease a new Acura MDX for just $499 a month.
Elevate your drive at Acura of Melbourne. I-95 exit 191.
One of the big concerns with Milton was the chance for heavy rain that could lead to flooding, and definitely a lot of spots across Central Florida from the Gulf Coast to East Central Florida saw some of that heavy rainfall, and of course, as we've been reporting, some flooding as well in spots. Tampa picking up a foot of rain around Port Orange, more than 11 inches of rain along with Ponce Inlet. Avalon picking up more than 10.5 inches, Pearson nearly 10.5 inches, and in Lakeland picking up slightly more than 10 inches in Polk County. Around St. Pete, we've seen 18 inches to nearly 19 inches of rain there from Milton. Clearwater picking up nearly 15 inches of rain. DeBerry, more than a foot of rain along with Lake Mary. Lexus of Winter Park camera, Daytona Beach, showing the rough conditions here along our East Coast. So even though Milton is pulling away, we're still looking at that chance today for storm surge, coastal erosion as we go through the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. So still some impacts to contend with, even though Milton is well off our East Coast by more than 100 miles. So the big weather story obviously is Milton as it continues to track off to the east. Behind it, still some bands of rain kind of setting up along the East Coast, and we also still have some gusty winds. So we're still looking at that chance, especially east of I-4, for winds to gust above 40 miles per hour. But as we head into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, we'll start to have better weather moving in. Notice what's behind Milton here as we take a look at the moisture. Milton's taking the deep tropical moisture away. Drier air is going to be spilling in. So skies will start to clear out this afternoon into the evening, and we're looking at a pretty decent weekend. However, ocean conditions will likely remain rough for the next several days with the dangerous rip current risk and also hazardous boating conditions. But with that dry air, we're looking at dry skies, and that's a good thing after all the rainfall that we just listed there from Milton, from the west coast to the east coast. So here's a look at Futurecast as we go through the rest of the afternoon into the evening. Still that chance for maybe some pockets of steadier rain along the east coast, but then as we head into your Friday, looking largely dry outside of maybe some showers down to the south, an isolated shower or two possible on Saturday. But outside of that, looking much quieter. We'll continue to watch the waters too along the waterways, the rivers here across portions of Central Florida. But again, no rain to be concerned with as we head into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Looking at temperatures back down into the lower 80s.
Good morning. Hurricane Milton has had a big impact on the roads across Central Florida. Take a look behind me. This is the Turnpike southbound in Claremont. There is a big hole in the road, and that is closing all the southbound lanes. If you are heading that way, you have to get off before mile marker 289. But really, the advice from all the officials we're talking to today is stay off the roads if you don't have to be there. I want to give you a closer look at where that hole is. That's in the Claremont area at Florida's Turnpike southbound lanes. As you can see, all the southbound lanes blocked in that area. We're also monitoring another hole in the road over in Ocala at South Pine Ave at Southwest Broadway Street. Traffic is still getting by in one lane there. This update brought to you by your Central Florida Hyundai dealers.
Some wild images coming to us from the other side of I-4 as we talk about the Tampa side, and it's incredible to see some of this.
It is, and one side of a particular road looks one way and the other one completely different. Here's our Jason Lanning.
Some streets here in the city of Tampa are high and dry, but others are not. It has been a chaotic start to the day after Hurricane Milton. First responders right now still scrambling to assess some of the hardest hit pockets of the city. Distant alarms, abandoned and debris-filled streets. That's the sights and sounds of Tampa early this morning. Thousands are without power and many roads are impassable. Downed trees and power lines block Morris Bridge Road just north of I-75. The river north of this is flooding too. Further south near University Mall, the sheriff's office used airboats on North 22nd Street for search and rescue. Even pockets of Fletcher, Fowler, and Bruce B. Downs east of 275 that never see flooding are underwater. And there are downed trees everywhere. In Carrollwood, this tree fell just feet from our photographer Chris McDonald's car overnight. Another fell across Gunn Highway. Tampa's first day after Hurricane Milton is set to be a long one, with this just being a small slice of the large metropolitan area. Sporadic roadways across the city of Tampa may remain closed for several hours, if not the entirety of the day. It will take quite a while for the torrential rainfall flooding to drain off. Until then, first responders are asking people to stay off local roadways. On scene in Tampa, Jason Lanning, Spectrum News.
Okay, the sun is up and we can definitely see the damage there to Tropicana Field where the Rays play, being used as some sort of shelter for first responders. You can see the panels gone, right? It could not withstand the punishing winds from this hurricane. There was a press briefing earlier today. Governor Ron DeSantis talked about that and said that state assets had been moved out of there before this happened.
How about this? Take a look at your screen. This is exactly the kind of danger that we're talking about when we advise people, or when emergency officials advise people, really, stay home if you don't need to be out and about today. So crews are starting their assessment, their post-storm cleanup. But in the meantime, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office shared this image with us of a downed tree taking down a power line. This was in Brandon in Hillsborough County.
This portion of the news is brought to you by Bears Furniture. If you can dream it, Bears can help you design it. There's no place like Bears.
Watch all month long as Spectrum News 13 celebrates Disability Employment Awareness Month. This is Community. This is Spectrum News 13, exclusively on Spectrum.
We rise. We move. We adjust. We connect. And stay informed. The Spectrum News app, exclusively for Spectrum customers.
Nervous, confused, overwhelmed. An unplanned pregnancy brings many emotions, but one thing you never have to feel is overwhelmed. We're here to help you understand your options and plan your future. Florida provides life-saving protections, judgment-free care, and free resources. Last year, the state of Florida provided nearly 400,000 services to pregnant women and their families. To speak to someone who cares, call 866-673-HOPE.
When people stop me to ask, what's my case worth, here's what I tell them. All law firms are not the same. You see, the most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. The insurance company knows exactly which firms fight for full value and which firms will settle your case for pennies on the dollar. Our firm has recovered billions and billions and billions. $3 billion last year alone. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
With Chevy trucks, be ready for adventure. With power you can count on. Capability that doesn't compromise. A hard-working EV with more range than any competitor and the potential to take you anywhere. It's Chevy truck season. Get 0% financing plus make no monthly payments for 90 days on all 2024 Silverado 1500 pickups. At one of your Central Florida Chevy dealers today.
Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
We've been with you for the past 36 hours all week, tracking Hurricane Milton making landfall last evening around Siesta Key at 8:30 as a Category 3 hurricane with winds of 120 miles per hour. The pressure at the time was 950 millibars. So a lot of wind shear higher up in the atmosphere, stronger winds aloft, weakened the system before it neared and made landfall along Florida's Gulf Coast, fortunately. But we still had some significant wind reports here across the region, and this is a look at some of them. Bradenton and Sarasota reporting wind gusts up to 102 miles per hour. St. Pete, 101 mile per hour wind gust, and in Tampa, 98 miles per hour wind gusts reported there at the airport. Around Central Florida, Melbourne reporting 78 miles per hour. Okahumpka, 70 mile per hour wind gust, and Maitland, we had a 58 mile per hour wind gust. I believe at the Orlando International Airport, we had a wind gust over 80 miles per hour. So Milton was one for the record books. Of course, at one point, it was a Category 5 hurricane. It became the strongest hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico since Rita back in 2005, so nearly 20 years ago. It was the 5th Gulf Coast landfall for this year of 2024. It ties 2005 and 2020 for the second most hurricane landfalls in the Gulf of Mexico. And we're looking at 1886, which holds the record for the most Gulf hurricanes on record is 1886. So that was a long, long time ago. Now, what's left of Milton continues to track away from the east coast of Florida. Around it, we're still looking at hazardous conditions along our east coast. Storm surge threat is still there. Also looking at some bands of some gusty rain continuing right along the I-95 corridor. You can see the center of Milton, again, pushing off to the east. It's moving pretty quickly. Behind it, drier air is going to sweep in. So we're looking at drier skies here through the weekend. So that's a good thing. But here's a look at the wave heights. So we're seeing the darker shades of blue here. That's where we have those larger wave heights closer to the center. And with all that energy off our east coast, that's sending large wave swells and still churning up the surf, making for beach erosion and that chance for some storm surge as we go through the day today. And this is a look at the Lexus of Winter Park camera in Daytona Beach from earlier. And that storm surge will continue through high tide, which is early in the afternoon. Here's a look at what else is going on in the tropics. No other concerns. We have Leslie, still a hurricane way out there in the central Atlantic. It will not impact land. So we're going to enjoy some nice fall weather through the weekend into early next week. In fact, by next Wednesday, temperatures could be back down into the upper 70s for highs.
Good morning. A lot of effects on the roads after Hurricane Milton. The advice by officials across Central Florida is to stay home. However, as you can see, there's a lot of people not listening to that advice, heading west on I-4 back towards Tampa. This is near Champions Gate. Not a good idea at this point, according to officials, because of issues like this. This is the Turnpike southbound lanes near Claremont. There is a big hole there that is shutting down all southbound lanes. We've been hearing from officials all morning saying, please just stay home if you can. If you evacuated, it's not quite time to leave your safe place yet, but we'll keep monitoring the roads for you and bring you the latest. This update brought to you by your Central Florida Hyundai dealers.
the more terrain that we cover, the more damage that we find along the way. And this one is going to have you with your jaw on the floor.
Our Angie Andrews joins us now from Bradenton with what things look like there.
We're here in Bradenton, which is just about 15-20 miles north of where that eye wall hit for Hurricane Milton overnight. The maximum wind gusts here about 102 miles per hour, and looking around the heart of Bradenton, you can see the remnants of that. We want to give you a look. We're right here by downtown at the Tamiami Trail and Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. This is a 7-Eleven gas station. You can see the canopy of it just smashed to the ground, could not hold up to the strength of those winds last night. Also, the roof of the 7-Eleven seriously impacted, and just looking, there's debris from that canopy just thrown everywhere. You can see the 7-Eleven colors here, the orange, green, and red, just all throughout the entire neighborhood. And then on top of that, it is also thrown across the street, almost 50 yards away. You can still see pieces of that debris that has flown into a nearby neighbor's house. Now, throughout the morning, we found remnants of the hurricane all throughout the downtown area, starting with a light pole that was fallen straight in front of the post office through Manatee Avenue, tripping people up very early this morning. Then over in the waterfront apartment area, multiple condo buildings had their carport smashed into cars. The carport flipped up into the nearby condos, a very serious situation there as well. And then, of course, a few different intersections with stoplights hanging low and expected to be there throughout the day today, a definite safety hazard. And we know a big part of what's happening this morning is people have questions. They want to know, how do I even begin this cleanup process? When am I going to get power back? When is it that I'm going to have access to the grocery store or to food once again? All different things. We've heard questions coming from different neighborhood residents here today, and all things people are hoping to get answers for soon. On scene in Bradenton, I'm Angie Andrews.
All right, take a look at this at your screen. A new video this morning out of Altamont Springs, as Seminole County fire officials say a fire happened right in the middle of all this. This is down power lines, sparking that fire, and then they say miraculously itself is extinguished. So this was in the area of Forest Avenue in Altamont Springs again, but it really serves as a great reminder as we continue on our day today and start to talk about recovery and go out and venture outside. You want to avoid all down power lines at all costs. It can be deadly.
When you can make anything possible because you have a reliable connection that puts everything within reach. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
With over 30 years of roofing experience and winner of Florida Today's 2022 Best of Brevard Award, DC Roofing is proud to be serving the residents of the Space Coast with top-of-the-line metal, shingle, and even dock roofs. Our family-owned business will get the job done for you, going above and beyond to ensure the best experience possible. DC Roofing. Let us do your roof right the first time.
I'm AJ Hires, Boniface Hires Mitsubishi in Melbourne, Florida, where you get up to $7,500 off new Mitsubishis or 0% financing. That's right, $7,500 off or 0% financing. And Boniface Hires Mitsubishi is the only Mitsubishi dealer to give you a warranty forever, where we've spent over $1.5 million paying out-of-warranty claims for our customers. Boniface Hires Mitsubishi, US 1 Melbourne, Florida, home of warranty forever. Thank you. Log on to BonifaceHiresMitsubishi.com.
It's lunchtime and Gary is double booked. Good thing Gary's company uses Otter's AI meeting assistant to take notes and generate a summary. So Gary doesn't miss a meeting and can regain his lunch break. Try now for free. Visit otter.ai or download the app.
Do you have an idea for an invention, but you don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp. They've been helping inventors for 35 years. Call today for free information.
Call 800-867-0280.
Florida on a Tankful is brought to you by Fun Spot, where fun hits the spot.
Weather on the Ones every 10 minutes. Also available on the Spectrum News app.
Live at noon. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We have been through a lot together, haven't we? I'm Allison Walker.
And I'm Jerry Hume. Yeah, a lot of people probably didn't get a lot of sleep last night with that pounding rain and that loud wind banging on homes. Hurricane Milton came ashore near Siesta Key as a dangerous Category 3 storm last night. The National Hurricane Center says the eye made landfall about 7 miles south of Sarasota, packing 120-mile-per-hour winds. This is a look at the damage in Punta Gorda this morning. Pretty extensive there. Even before fully coming ashore, the storm triggered more than 24 tornadoes with at least 4 deaths in St. Lucie County.
And Hurricane Milton also dropping 16 inches of rain on St. Petersburg, representing a more than 1 in 1,000 year rainfall for that area. Wow. Governor Ron DeSantis says damage assessments are already taking place across the state.
We will better understand the extent of the damage as the day progresses. And you have people that are out there assessing damage right now. First responders have been working all through the night to help people who are in distress.
And we're expecting to hear a little bit from Governor DeSantis later on this afternoon in St. Lucie County.
Indeed.
But for now, let's get an update on Milton from our team of dual certified meteorologists. Chris Gilson standing by in the Weather Center. Chris, the big concern this afternoon is going to be that storm surge.
Yeah, even though we have Milton pulling off our east coast pretty quickly to the northeast at 20 miles per hour. Behind it, it's sending large wave swells along our east coast. So we're still looking at the potential for some storm surge, coastal erosion as we go through the rest of the afternoon into the evening. It's still a Category 1 hurricane with winds of 80 miles per hour, but again, it's moving quickly away from us. On the backside of it, not only do we have the storm surge concern through high tide, which is around 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon along our east coast beaches, but we're also looking at still some gusty squalls setting up along the I-95 corridor. You can see that here on Clysteron 13, movement from the north pushing to the south. So really along I-95 from Flagler, Volusia into portions of Brevard County. That's where we still have some of these heavier downpours at times working across the region, and we could have some gusty winds over 40 miles per hour through the rest of the afternoon into the evening. So the storm surge still a concern, even though again the center of Milton well off our east coast. Storm surge warnings up and down Flagler, Volusia into Brevard counties here. We're looking at the potential for 3 to 5 feet of storm surge through the day today, but most of us will start to clear out and dry out for this evening. Still kind of gusty out there with the winds, not as nearly as strong as last night when we had those winds gusting around 70 to 90 miles per hour. As we go through the night, temperatures back down into the 70s, and we'll take a look at some of the rainfall reports that we've had across the region coming up in your Weather on the Ones.
See you. Milton is moving away from Florida, leaving a trail of destruction, debris, and flooding.
And Governor Ron DeSantis saying even though the storm has passed, each of us should urge caution while cleaning up.
As you survey damage and clean up, please be cautious of hazards. We have post-storm fatalities almost every storm, and a lot of these fatalities are avoidable. So please be cautious of downed power lines. Don't touch them. Don't remove tree debris that may be entangled.
And our team coverage continues throughout the day, of course, here in Spectrum News as recovery efforts are taking place. And you know our crews are standing by bringing you the very latest on the damage and cleanup across the state.
And our coverage now continues now with Nick Pompum. He's joining us live from Hillsborough County. And Nick, as we get into the afternoon hours here on this Thursday, what are you seeing there in Hillsborough?
Well, certainly quite a bit of pickup that still needs to take place in the Tampa Bay area. Obviously nowhere near as bad as what folks are seeing down in Sarasota or Bradenton, but it doesn't change the fact that there's still going to be a lot to pick up here in the Tampa Bay region. I mean, here at Al Lopez Park, which is just north of Raymond James Stadium where the Tampa Bay Bucks play, I mean, you can see there's branches on the ground, which is pretty typical for so many people around here that are seeing a lot of these trees from all that wind that we were experiencing. But if you walk a little bit over here, you can see just off into the distance, the pond that is just north of this park has stretched onto the roadway here. It's created quite an extensive lake inside Al Lopez Park, and it's covering not only the roadway here, but much of the park that's in the main area of this park here. This park has been closed as a result of that, so it's going to take quite a bit of time for not only crews to clean up this area, but clean up the surrounding neighborhoods. If you look at video that we shot earlier, you not only see some of the debris that is still blanketing some of these roads, but you got some puddles that cars are driving through, something we don't recommend, but certainly people are doing it nonetheless. And then not only seeing trees on the ground, breaking power poles, we actually met one woman who is fighting stage 4 cancer. She is quite the elderly woman to see a tree, a giant tree that's well over 50 years old, fall into her backyard, thankfully not falling on her home. It just missed it by just a bit. Thankfully that was the case, but you should have seen some of these roots. You're seeing them in the video, just quite extensive, some of the damage as a result of that tree falling down. It's one story of thousands of people here in the Tampa Bay region that are seeing what happened as a result of this storm, with Milton making landfall last night near Siesta Key, causing quite a bit of damage in this area as well, because not only are you seeing some of the damage from the trees, but then you're talking about power outages as well. Hundreds of thousands of customers with TECO, the local power group for the Tampa Bay area, still trying to put power back together for so many people, which is going to be quite the task when you're seeing trees knocking over some of these power lines and some of the power lines that are covering some of the streets. And for folks who've been out on the roads or out in the field know, when power lines are down, it's very difficult to see when you're driving. That's why so many of the officials that we've spoken with have said, if you don't have to drive on the roads, please don't, because if you're going to drive on the roads, you have no idea what's going to be in front of you. Those power lines are very difficult to see. Give plenty of space for those crews to do the work that needs to be done to try to bring places like Tampa back to what it was before Milton made landfall. For now, live in Tampa, Nick Popham, Spectrum News 13.
All right, thank you, Nick. Great reporting from you, as always. So as the storm moves out of Central Florida, residents are encouraged to use their best judgment and avoid, like Nick was saying, those down power lines, floodwater, and use generator and chainsaw safety for cleanup. In Seminole County, emergency operations saying Milton was a Category 1 hurricane, gusting up to 89 miles per hour there, causing significant damage across the county, knocking down trees and significant rainfall, leading to flooding, which combined has blocked off now, they're telling us, about 100 roads in that county.
Drive with care. We are currently asking, of course, that you not do that. If you do not have to go, if you do not need to go to the hospital, you don't need to go to a critical infrastructure work area, that maybe you just, if you need to go outside in your neighborhood. Help your neighbor. Maybe pick up some debris. Maybe someone down the street that has a disability can't do that on their own, that you could help one of those individuals.
People are encouraged to report your damage through the damage assessment option on prepareseminole.org, okay? And county officials say they use the info to understand where to send crew members to help clear damage post-storm, as well as submit for FEMA declaration purposes. All right, and piece by piece, folks, we are getting Florida back up and moving, and we're doing this together.
Yeah, we're walking you through the recovery and cleanup efforts after Hurricane Milton. It's going to be a long couple of days, but we're here with you. You're watching Spectrum News 13. Special live coverage continues next.
My favorite thing about Central Florida is the people, our neighbors, our friends, our coworkers.
There's something so special about those early morning hours, and it feels amazing to go out into the community sharing real, authentic stories.
When you connect with someone at a personal level, there's a trust.
I think it's great to start your day in a way that you feel connected, especially with the morning news. You hear about the weather, the traffic. It's everything you need to get out the door and feel like you're ready to tackle the day.
Your morning news on Spectrum News 13.
I'm John Alpizar with Alpizar Law. Insurance companies love to deny legitimate claims. In just about every case, they try to blame your injuries from a car crash on a pre-existing condition, even when you have never experienced any symptoms or received any treatment before the crash. In almost every case, they hire the same doctors and pay them a lot of money to agree with them and deny your claim. Alpizar Law can help you through this injustice. Alpizar Law, we're here for you.
Experience the convenience of a one-stop banking solution with Launch Credit Union. Whether you're just starting out or if you've been in business for many years, Launch Credit Union offers a wide variety of products and services to help you grow your business. With branches conveniently located throughout Brevard and Volusia, we're nearby and ready to help. Visit launchcu.com or scan the QR code on your screen for more information. Launch Credit Union. Together, let's go beyond.
When Florida's summer heat turns up, stay cool with Ellington Air Conditioning and Heat. With over 2,000 five-star reviews, our trusted team is your first call for unbeatable AC service, repairs, or new installations. Experience the difference with our white glove customer service, affordable financing, and the peace of mind of a job done right the first time. This summer, don't just beat the heat, conquer it with Ellington Air Conditioning. Schedule online at ellingtonac.com today. Ellington Air Conditioning and Heat, keeping Florida cool.
Local forecast is brought to you by Great Southeast Flooring America in Melbourne, where it costs no more to do it right.
Hurricane Milton now pulling away from Central Florida. We're still looking at a storm surge threat, a lot of hazardous coastal conditions right now. We'll go into more detail on that a little later on, but we're going to focus on some of the rainfall totals and the rainfall reports that we've gotten from the West Coast to here locally in East Central Florida. Tampa picking up a foot of rain, New Smyrna Beach and Volusia County picking up more than 11 inches of rain along with Ponce Inlet, and around Pearson, northwestern Volusia County picking up more than 10 inches of rain along with Lakeland in Polk County. So we still have some flooding concerns, flood watch continuing here through the rest of the day today. The wind's starting to come down, but they're still pretty strong along the East Coast, and there'll be tropical storm force potentially of 40 miles per hour or greater. So we're still looking at tropical storm warnings for places like Flagler, Volusia, and down into Brevard counties. But a lot of wind through the overnight area wide. Brian Wainwright sending us this one from Winter Springs in Seminole County of a tree down, blocking a road there. If you have any weather pictures and it's safe to do so, don't put yourself in harm's way, you can upload them in the weather section on the Spectrum News app. A live look now at the Lexus of Winter Park Daytona Beach cam. We're getting close to that high tide and you can see the dangerous surf there, and that's what we're still looking at with the impacts from Milton is the storm surge threat and sites like this along our East Coast. And the conditions along the East Coast beaches are going to be pretty dangerous through at least the start of the weekend, with those large wave swells still being sent from distant Milton. Here's a look at the winds here right along the coast. That's where we've seen the strongest winds so far through the noon hour. 36 mile per hour wind gusts in the past hour in Melbourne. Those winds gusting over 20 miles per hour at times in Daytona Beach, if not a little bit higher. And we've had a 30 mile per hour wind gust in Orlando, but nothing like last night. So the strongest winds, of course, continue to push off the East Coast. If we have some of those gustier winds through the afternoon, that will be in Volusia and Brevard counties. For the rest of us, we're looking at those winds coming back down for this evening to right around 10 to 15 miles per hour. Winds generally out of the north-northwest, and that northwesterly wind will pull in some drier air. So we're in for a nicer, quieter weather days here for the cleanups as we head through the weekend. As far as rain goes, still a chance for some showers here right along our immediate East Coast, mainly along the I-95 corridor. If you're back to the west around Ocala, the Villages, Leesburg, Claremont, you'll stay rain-free with a mix of sun and clouds. Notice the weekend forecast looking absolutely gorgeous with high temperatures into lower 80s and low humidity as well.
We've been dealing with those flooded roadways, so now we're going to update on how the roads are looking.
Yes, Nicole Griffin with us now. Now, Nicole, no one on the roads this morning coming to work. Now, big story, different story for sure.
Yeah, definitely a different story today, even though officials really across our area have been pretty clear on the message to please stay home. Too many issues on the road to be out right now. And here is an example of that. This is in Claremont. This is the turnpike. As you can see, the southbound lanes are closed because there is a big hole in the ground there. And there's several issues like that all over the area. As you can see our map here of the I-4 corridor, all of these little blue bubbles are all similar issues that officials are hoping that you avoid. I want to give you a closer look at where that issue on the turnpike is. Again, that's Claremont going into Groveland. All southbound lanes are blocked. We're also watching an issue over in Ocala, another hole in the road. Now, traffic is getting by on one lane. This is at South Pine Ave at Southwest Broadway Street, but they ask that you, be cautious and avoid the area if you can. Now, we're seeing a lot of issues all over, like downed power lines, traffic lights that are out. And we do want to give you a reminder. We have a graphic to explain exactly how that would work. When a traffic light is out, treat the intersection like a four-way stop. If two vehicles arrive at the same time, a vehicle on the right has the right of way. It's a non-criminal infraction, punishable as a moving violation. That's very important to remember that today. We've heard from Flagler County, Seminole County, Volusia County. All of them are asking people to stay off the roads, and if you do anything, they have so many deputies out there. If you do something you're not supposed to, they will be out there, so just keep that in mind, and it might be better to stay home. But we'll keep you updated on the roads. We'll do that for you, so stay with us. This update brought to you by your Central Florida Hyundai dealers.
All right, thanks so much, Nicole.
And restoration efforts are underway in Florida, of course, after dealing with Hurricane Milton. I know knocking out power for millions. A lot of people are in the response mode, but also the prep mode as we're talking about the flooding too.
Yeah, big headache with the power outages. Spectrum News' Jason Delgado is at the Florida Emergency Operations Center in Tallahassee, where Governor DeSantis this morning gave reporters an update on the state's effort. Jason.
Now, in all, the state estimates that 3.1 million Floridians are without power. It's a problem that they say is on the most pressing item on their agenda. In fact, Governor DeSantis this morning said that these pre-staged land crews are trying to make their way into communities, and they want to go ahead and try to crank out some of those necessary damage assessments. Now, again, Hurricane Milton went ahead and knocked out power across a large portion of the state. The Cat 3 storm toppled countless transformers, causing mass outages. Meanwhile, state leaders are urging Floridians to leave downed lines alone. The state pre-staged more than 50,000 linemen to ride it out. State officials say those crews are now assessing damages across the state.
There have been 635,000 restorations since Hurricane Milton hit Florida. The areas that have the most significant outages as of this morning are Hillsborough, 75% out, Hardy, 97% out, Manatee, 82% out, Pinellas, 68% out, and Sarasota, 75% out.
Now, whatever you do, the state says do not hassle with these downed power lines. They say they're not only dangerous to you, but they could potentially be dangerous to the public. Many 911 systems run off fiber optic cable. By tampering some, they say you could potentially offline, whether it be a sheriff's office or some sort of public works agency. That's the latest in Tallahassee. Jason Delgado, Spectrum News.
Wow, a concerning sight in Hillsborough County. Take a look. Heavy rainfall from Hurricane Milton left heavy flooding. You can see some of these vehicles submerged and flood rescue teams on their way to help those in need. Just a mess. Law enforcement have blocked off flooded roadways until the water goes down. Remember, do not drive through floodwaters. Turn around, don't drown.
Another look here at the damage. This is Punta Gorda. Storm surge there left sludge, as you can see, across the streets. Street signs and debris have been knocked across as well. Of course, cleanup efforts are underway there.
Let's take a look now at Bayshore Boulevard in Tampa. You can see the damage to buildings, concrete and other debris just lying there on the ground. This is about 65 miles north of where Milton made landfall last night.
Marine forecast every hour at 21 past the hour.
The following portion of Spectrum News 13 is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
An injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back. I'm just a nobody." I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody.
When Morgan said nobody is a nobody, I felt like that. And they took care of me, and now we're doing okay.
What if you never had to worry about what you could do? Because you could do anything. What if all the things that get in your way were gone? So the only thing left was possibility. If anywhere could be the center of everywhere, if boundaries only existed to be pushed, if every single drop of potential could be made real, so the only limit you faced was how big you could dream. And say you knew there were like almost 100,000 people across the country, right in your town, committed to making that happen. Every day. What would you do then? Some pretty cool stuff, I bet. Yeah, that'd be some life. That'd be life unlimited.
I was driving 55 miles an hour when a semi pulled out right in front of me, and I couldn't avoid the crash. Near death, I saw visions of my family, and I knew I had to survive.
While my husband was fighting for his life, my family needed somebody to fight for him, so I called attorney Dan Newland.
Attorney Dan Newland never left my side. He got me a very large settlement, and that money really helped our family.
Involved in a car accident? Call me now at 407-888-8000.
Dan, thanks so much for winning my husband's case.
The most important part of anyone's injury case is the firm you hire. You see, all law firms are not the same. Our firm has recovered billions and billions for clients. Injured, there's only one Morgan & Morgan for the people.
Welcome back as we continue to recover after the impacts of Milton, and some of those impacts still being felt along our east coast as we're still looking at a threat for storm surge, coastal erosion there, and even some gusty winds, potentially tropical storm force, not the winds that we had last evening, but winds around 40 to 50 miles per hour on the backside of Milton as it continues to track to the east. So we're looking at places like Flagler, Volusia, and Brevard counties that are still looking at impacts here, even though the center of Milton is more than 100 miles to the east of Cape Canaveral. So quieter and nicer weather, though, is ahead for the weekend, and we'll get to a fall-like feel as we head into the second weekend of October. One of the other things that we're watching is the flooding concerns along the St. Johns River at Astor. It's at major flood stage, but the record flood stage is 4.7 feet. It'll likely stay just below that. Right now, the river stage there is at 4.36 feet. Now, as we take a look at the St. Johns River near Sanford, it's starting to rise a bit. It'll be rising into moderate flood stage as we head into Friday and Saturday, but likely stay below or just a smidge below major flood stage. So we're looking at the latest on that at being at 5.38 feet, and the forecast is for it to become 7.4 feet, which is moderate flood stage. So it's not going to be at major flood stage here, but it will continue to rise a bit even after the storm continues to pull away and we start to dry out. Those river levels will start to come up a bit more. Now here's a look at what's going on the satellite picture. We're looking at the center of Milton, again off our east coast, still sending those large wave swells behind it, and even a little bit of rain at times along the I-95 corridor. But a lot of dry air starting to sweep in behind the storm system as it continues to track off to the east, and that dry air is going to be dominating our weather as we head into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So the flooding concerns will subside as we go through the weekend because we're not looking at significant rain anytime soon here over the next several days. In fact, most of next week will hold on to that dry air and rain chances staying out of the forecast. So as we head into your Friday, we won't see any rain tomorrow, but the dangerous conditions and the hazardous surf will continue. We're also looking at hazardous boating out there with waves heights running at 11 to 15 plus feet, and that will make for very rough conditions on the intracoastal waterways. Here's a look at the extended forecast showing the bright sunshine for Saturday and Sunday. Temperatures lower 80s, morning temperatures dipping below 70 into the upper 60s. We could have highs staying in the upper 70s by next Wednesday and Thursday.
So now we want to take a look at the damage over in Marion County this afternoon.
Our Katie Streit, she's been all over Marion County this morning, and now this afternoon she's joining us from Ocala.
Well, we definitely felt the wind and heard the rain last night. Now we're finally seeing what Hurricane Milton left us. You can see in the middle of the road a branch, and you thought, well, is that it? Nope. If you go right over here where the tree trunk is, you can see there's another split where there is a huge, bigger branch blocking the roadway right here. Bam, you can see it. And so that's why Marion County, they're telling us, hey, if you do not need to be on the road, don't be, because we have emergency vehicles, people who are picking up the debris, utility workers who are making sure we can get power back in a timely fashion. Now, I've heard that there is about 70,000 Marion County residents out of power right now. And so these utility workers, linemen, they are going out and about working around the clock so that we can get power back on. So what we can do as residents is stay off the road, let the emergency workers do their job, let the linemen do their job until it's safe to come out. On scene in Ocala, Katie.
We cannot stress this enough. Generators, when used incorrectly, can cost you your life. The Florida Division of Emergency Management is stressing to follow the 20-20-20 rule. Keep those generators 20 feet from your home. Wait 20 minutes for it to cool down. And if you don't have them already, buy carbon monoxide detectors for around $20 to install in your home.
Folks, if your home or business has been damaged by Hurricane Milton, you can apply for help from FEMA. Just head to disasterassistance.gov. Again, disasterassistance.gov to start your application. You can apply online and track updates on your claim as it is being processed.
This afternoon, we're learning about a number of hospital and healthcare facility evacuations due to issues like rising water.
And in Tampa, at least 135 people were rescued from an assisted living facility. In the overnight hours, someone who works at the Great American ALF says several feet of water started just pouring into the building.
They even had additional residents there who had evacuated from another facility in Bradenton. Take a look at this video. Here's what one resident shared of that scary moment. The cold water rushed in.
I was in bed, obviously, and I didn't realize it was flooded at first. But then I heard it crashed, and I had a refrigerator in there and a microwave on top of it. It just blew out. It's on the floor, floating. I mean, it was coming up in my bed, to the edge of my bed. I mean, it got.
And Governor Ron DeSantis has just begun his update.
I'm AJ Hyerson, Boniface Hires Mitsubishi in Melbourne, Florida, where you get up to $7,500 off new Mitsubishis or 0% financing. That's right, $7,500 off or 0% financing. And Boniface Hires Mitsubishi is the only Mitsubishi dealer to give you a warranty forever, where we've spent over $1.5 million paying out-of-warranty claims for our customers. Boniface Hires Mitsubishi, US 1, Melbourne, Florida, home of warranty forever. Thank you. Log on to BonifaceHiresMitsubishi.com.
Dispatch, this is Mindy at Dial Duran Service Company.
Well, boy, it's getting hot out there, and I can't imagine surviving summer without AC. Now, if your AC is making funny noises, just needs a once-over, or your home isn't as cool as it used to be, call Dial Duran. My team is on time, total pros, and can take care of any type of AC repair. Visit dialduran.com to get your AC back in tip-top shape. Dial Duran Service Company. One call, one company. Well, I gotta get back to it.
Dispatch, this is Mindy. Go ahead.
I had a spot on my arm that wouldn't heal, so I called the Dermatology Institute.
The Dermatology Institute of Brevard, with Dr. Cynthia Howson, board-certified dermatologist, treating a wide variety of skin conditions. Dr. Howson personally supervises all care.
Here at the Institute, we
have lost power since the start of this storm. Fortunately, Florida, we pre-staged 50,000 linemen throughout the state of Florida, and so those folks are going to work, and it's not as easy to do when you've just had Hurricane Helene. A lot of these linemen, there's still hundreds of thousands of people without power in North Carolina, Georgia, some of those states. You know, Helene in Florida, we did 2.4 million restorations in record time. That's not the norm, and so finding the linemen, given what they're doing now, we brought them in from as far away as California, but those folks are there. There's assessments being done about what needs to be done. When you have down power lines, that's actually easy for them to do. They just put the pole back up, reconnect it. If their entire system needs a rebuild, that will take a little longer. We don't know that that's the case in many of these spots. I remember in Hurricane Ian, which was stronger than this one, hit Fort Myers Beach, and FPL substation on Fort Myers Beach right there at Ground Zero was fine. They could have had people hooked up to power days later. Just the people's homes couldn't accept it because of the storm surge. So all that is going on, and we're happy to have pre-staged those resources because I think it's really important that we'll be able to do. We're also assessing the need for things like points of distribution. We typically will set up these pods with water, food, tarps, things of that nature. I think we will be doing some pods. A lot of this is based on what the counties ask us for. But I also think you're probably going to see a lot of the stores and gas stations reopen very quickly. At least that's our hope. We're also looking at the damage that was done to the ports in Florida. East Coast, I don't think there was very much, if any. Port of Tampa seems like it's okay. Manatee, that remains to be seen. But bottom line is we got to keep bringing fuel into this state. I know there's a lot on the dock side still that can be brought out. We've got 1.5 million gallons of diesel on hand that we can use for the state and to help replenish. And I think we've got about 1.1 million gallons of regular gasoline just in our arsenal. And then we've also deputized the Florida Highway Patrol to escort the fuel tankers with sirens to be able to get to all the gas stations to get filled. I think you're probably going to be okay on the east coast of Florida. Some of the places in the Tampa Bay area, when there was evacuation, everyone was going to get gas, and some people were filling up additional tanks in addition to what was in their car with the gallon containers or whatever they have, which is fine, but just the demand went through the roof, and so these guys ran out. We had enough fuel in the state, it's just they didn't have the delivery schedule to be able to replenish it immediately, so you had some that went out. So we've been doing this. I think we've done probably about 130 escorts with Florida Highway Patrol bringing this in, and we'll continue to do that. So my hope is that there's minimal interruption with fuel on the backside of the storm. We've had a lot of people have been working very hard. I think, as most of you know, we've been doing this now for 2.5 weeks from the time we declared the state of emergency before Hurricane Helene, and then in the aftermath of Helene, and then we work on Helene for a week in terms of the response and the recovery, and then we got to do another state of emergency for Hurricane Milton. And it's just the way you go. So people have been working 24/7, particularly on the west coast of Florida. We got a lot of first responders that have been working really hard. Kevin and his team, all of our state agencies get mobilized when we have these types of events, and they've been working nonstop. So my hat's off to everybody that's worked hard. Unfortunately, we have the fatalities from this tornado here. We don't have confirmed reports of other fatalities throughout the rest of the state, but We may, as the day goes on. My sense is that a lot of the people did leave who were in the evacuation zones. I know we had over 80,000 people staying in shelters. You had massive heavy traffic on the interstates over the last several days leading up to the storm, because I think people were deciding, to just get out of Dodge. We also can say that the storm did not produce the worst case scenario in terms of storm surge. If you remember, about 24 hours ago, maybe 36 hours ago, the fear was Category 4, strong 4, going into Tampa Bay, producing about 15 feet of storm surge. That's an area with Pinellas County Peninsula and then the surrounding areas in Hillsborough County that is very low lying, very susceptible to storm surge. That did not end up happening. The storm did weaken before it hit land, and then it did bear further to the east and south of Tampa Bay. So I think a lot of what they had was the wind sucked water out of Tampa Bay. You did have storm surge in Sarasota, Venice, Charlotte Harbor, and all the way down the west coast of Florida, and some significant storm surge, but not to the worst case scenario of what we were looking at. I mean, for example, Helene, we had storm surge in Taylor County up in North Florida that was probably about 20 feet in places like Deacle Beach and Horseshoe Beach, and that is the real deal. I mean, we have examples in American history where you've actually had a lot more than that, 24, 25 feet. Mississippi, Texas, Camille, some of those, but to have 18 to 20, that's a big deal. So doesn't mean there's not going to be a lot of damage. Doesn't mean there's not going to be a lot we're going to have to contend with. But just in terms of what we were prepped for, I think that we probably have an abundance of resources. My sense is we'll probably be able to release a lot of the search and rescue resources that we've had on hand very soon, and then just get back to getting everybody back online with power, making sure the gasoline's flowing and everything. So all in all, everyone's done a good job up to this point. We got a lot more work to do, and I'll let Kevin come in and say a few things.
Thank you, Governor. I think in this situation here, where we're at, the strength of what happened here is organically our state mutual aid system. The very first group that was on hand here was the Palm Beach County Fire Rescue Search and Rescue Team. That's not even officially a part of our state 8-team search and rescue team system. Maybe we want to change that in the future and put them on that. But, that Type 3 team, which is self-funded 100% by Palm Beach County Fire Rescue, was the first ones in to this situation, followed up by Miami-Dade Task Force 1, and then Ohio and Virginia Task Force. And again, I think, that's just the strength of not just the state emergency response team, the state emergency response plan, but also outside states helping states. Some people were a little critical of the governor sending state assets up to North Carolina, but right here when we needed them, of course we got all those guys back, but immediately Virginia, Ohio, California, and other states from around the country had their assets right here. So, this is one of those examples. The sheriff was telling us about this when we were walking up. He was very grateful for those assets being in here so quickly, but that's the strength of the State Emergency Response Team, the State Emergency Response Plan, and then the greater Emergency Management Assistance Compact that we pull from. So we're not going anywhere. We're going to be here. This is the first day of many, many to come, probably over the next couple of years. Again, it's going to take us a long time to get all the recovery done, but we're not going to let bureaucracy get in the way. We're going to get this done as quickly as we possibly can. So thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Do you want to maybe just give an update on what we think we're going to get from FEMA for debris removal?
Sure, yeah. So we're going to start getting back in the debris removal business. We're going to supplement where we need to supplement, but we had a really good conversation with Administrator Criswell, who is here in Florida and is actually on her way somewhere in this general direction. But she is working with us on how we could ensure that debris gets picked up quickly. How do we, and the right word is not incentivize it, but if you're in the private sector, it would be how do we incentivize haulers to get stuff picked up faster, bringing in people from around the country to get that done. We're also looking at potentially, again, a mutual aid effort where we may bring in some city and county assets that have the claw trucks and the loader trucks from around the state of Florida and maybe even outside the state of Florida to help us get that stuff picked up. So again, she's very, very helpful on getting those things done, making sure that we got everything that we need. We will be submitting, hopefully by this afternoon, now that we got post-landfall and we got some data, we'll be submitting through the governor's signature a major disaster expedited request so that we could get those federal funds turned on and start looking for reimbursement. But again, we're not going to wait on the feds for reimbursement. We're going to do what we need to do the right thing, get people and Floridians back on their feet. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I mean, so, you know, this whole debris, I mean, you had, like in Pinellas, they didn't want to do the debris as fast because they weren't sure about the paperwork and about FEMA reimburse. And it's like, you know, you got to get the debris off. And these storms, because of the way it's done, really incentivizes it to go a lot longer with the debris. And sometimes the debris in these major storms is around for a year. And how ridiculous is that? So what Kevin's doing, and I think the administration wants to work with us, is to let's align these incentives so we can get the job better. You'd think the private sector would do it so much better than government. At least that's what I would think. And yet on this debris after Helene, when we saw how much was there and we knew another storm was coming, we got all our Department of Transportation assets from Florida. We were bringing trucks in from all over the state that are doing their normal duties, and we surged them over to the barrier islands off the Gulf Coast of Florida, and we did like 3,000 truckloads of debris, reduced the debris by 50% in 72 hours. So, and we did round the clock. We had 24/7 shifts going, but that's a sense of urgency. So I just think that, you know, that may be an extreme, like doing 24/7, but I mean, you should be able to get the debris done earlier than that. So I'm hoping that they can do this in a way that's going to make sense so that the local governments can bring their contractors in and clean up the debris. We'll see what the debris was left on this storm. I don't think we have a real good sense about how much compared to the other. I mean, I think the storm surge overall was not as high as the others, but I also think it probably hit, the winds hit more of the Florida Peninsula on this. So I think in terms of tree damage, I think you're going to see a lot of that. And then, of course, you know, we had more tornadoes for Milton than we did for Helene. So we'll see how all that shakes out. But I really think, you know, getting a better posture on how they do the debris reimbursements would make a lot of sense, and I think it would move this process along a lot further. And it's also just a morale thing. You get hit with a storm, seeing debris is just a constant reminder that you got hit. When things get picked up, things look nice, people feel a lot better about it. So we got to get that. We got to make sure they get that job done. Okay, do we have any questions?
Yeah, Governor, have you spoken with the White House, anyone there, about the response here?
Yes, I spoke with the president this morning, and Kevin was on the phone with me. We were on, the administrator of FEMA was in the office with us in Tallahassee at the Emergency Operations Center, and he said he wants to be helpful. And so if we have a request, he said send them his way, and he wants to help us get the job done. So I appreciate being able to collaborate across the federal, state, and local governments and work together to put the people first.
Tornadoes touched down in this county versus the state, and do you expect the depths to rise?
I don't know the answer to that. I mean, I think it's, so, you know, you do have these tornadoes, the warnings, how many actually touch down is probably a different one. But I would say what I've seen so far is that St. Lucie had the most tornado damage of anyone I've seen. Do you agree? Is that what your reports?
Yeah, and we know that we had over 120 tornado warnings statewide. It's probably going to be higher than that. All of those tornado confirmations come from your local weather forecasting office. So those individuals that come around and confirm all of those tornadoes. We have 4 meteorologists that said that we had probably in the neighborhood of 20 to 25 radar indicated tornadoes. All that means that they see a debris signature in the circulation. But again, the weather forecasting offices of the National Weather Service will actually verify those tornadoes.
Was that in St. Lucie County?
Excuse me?
Sorry, was that in St. Lucie County alone, the 20 to 25?
No.
Statewide.
Statewide.
Yep.
Hey, Sheriff Pearson, could you Where was the fifth death in St. Lucie County?
In the same area. As our rescue team is still out there, this is a rescue mission. We're sifting through the debris. They just recently, right before this conference, located another victim, unfortunately. But again, we're going to continue through this. You know, we're so grateful that the governor sent down, this was during the storm, he sent down the National Guard. So while we're all hunkering down, trying to stay safe, these men and women are driving through the storm to get here, and they worked throughout the night, and their actions 100% saved lives, saved our lives.
Governor, I know before the storm there was a great concern about the debris from Helene. How much worse did this storm make the debris that was already accumulated?
I think that'll be assessed today. I can tell you, whatever happened, had we not done what we did with that 72-hour project to take every truck in Florida and help these counties and these cities, you know, some of these contractors were doing the debris and then they left and went to North Carolina because they could make more money there. And then others were working like bankers' hours. And I'm just thinking to myself, how the hell is that something that's acceptable? And so we came in and we said, not only are we going to send all these assets, it's going to be 24/7. So the first night we go there, and the county, I think it was Pinellas, they didn't have it, the landfill open 24/7. So our guys cut the locks, and we started doing, and you had all these, not just the state trucks, you had private citizens with their Ford F-250 pickup trucks that were loading debris, massive amounts in. So he said, we got to keep it going. Then the next night, there were 2 entrances, and they closed one of the entrances, and there were 300 cars in line. So we somehow rigged that and opened that up. So this is just like, where's the sense of urgency? So it may be that this debris ended up not causing much more damage, but if it did cause more damage, I could tell you, had we not come in and did what we did, you would have had a lot more. And the thing is like I mean, I tell Kevin, I'm like, look, we want to be helpful, and we will be helpful, but you know, the state's job is not to pick up the debris. Like, that's the local community's responsibility. And so this was an extraordinary circumstance where we came in and did it. And I think part of the reason, and I think there was enough debris there that I don't think you could have gotten it all in 2 weeks, realistically. But I mean, there clearly was not a sense of urgency after the first storm hit. And yes, we knew there may be another one. Then they said, well, just a rainstorm, maybe not, this and that. But then by last weekend, by like last Friday, we were looking at it and we're like, you know what, this is real. We got to be serious about it. And then we did the executive order on Saturday. So, you know, but I definitely think we help things by doing that. And as of now, I'm not sure about structural damage on any of the roads there. I'm going to go over to Siesta Key after this in Sarasota. That was kind of ground zero of where the surge came in. You know, we just repaired one of the roads from Longboat Key up to Anna Maria. Do you know how that's fared? Have we gotten any reports?
I have not, sir.
So we did emergency repairs on that, got it back open. We'll see. We may have to do some more repairs on that. I think that there may have been some small bridges throughout the state that have some damage. The big bridges we have in the Tampa Bay area, Gandy, Howard Franklin, I know Sunshine Skyway is going to be open if it's not already. The other 2 are open. Courtney Campbell will be open as soon as they move the debris and finish the debris removal. So all being told, you're going to have all those major bridges back open if they're not already.
So, Governor, do you have any ballpark of how many ongoing rescues there are around the state?
No, because I think it's, you know, we do our rest. So we've got Florida National Guard, Florida Fish and Wildlife, Florida State Guard, Florida Highway Patrol, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and they will do their own rescues by themselves. But then we also have the local outfits, so the Sheriff's Department in Sarasota and Bradenton, police departments, fire departments. Sometimes we do joint operations, but a lot of the times if someone calls 911, they're going. My sense would be, and Kevin can chime in on this, we've probably had less demand for rescues on Milton than we did on Helene. Do you agree?
Yes, sir, I agree. We do have a number of federal and state assets out there doing search and rescue. In addition to everything the governor said, the Florida urban search and rescue teams that are associated with fire departments across the state of Florida. All of those are in the fight. They're all out there actively assessing and looking for people right now. They will do a door-to-door, especially in the landfall area, the landfall path. We've got them stretched from here in St. Lucie all the way over to where landfall happened and all the way up to the east coast or northeast coast of Florida. Once we finish all that, so I would literally, to your question, say there's hundreds of rescues ongoing. But to the governor's point, as we were driving in today, I see Sheriff Chronister doing active rescues in Hillsborough County. I see active rescues going on in Pinellas County, and so on. So they're going on organically at the local level, at the state level, and then the federal teams that are here supplementing our state ongoing response are also here.
But I would say, I think for Helene, I think the first 24 to 36 hours, I think there were statewide, local, state combined, there were probably thousands of rescues. My sense would be we're probably in the hundreds of rescues statewide so far. But you know, I think you're going to see, because we had more inland flooding, you're going to see some floods happen in the ensuing days, and you may have to have some people go in and do some rescues there. So I think you may see it be ongoing.
Can we have an update from the federal level? I've kept Congressman Mass update us on what's going on federally.
As Governor spoke about, FEMA Administrator Creswell is headed here on the ground. And the only thing I would add to it, the Governor's done a fantastic job just being an air traffic control tower for all of this, making sure the old saying, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. From the Governor's office to the Sheriff's Department across the state, state representatives, state senators, Florida Highway Patrol, National Guard, FDLE, Florida Power and Light, everybody made sure they could do every ounce of prevention, and they're working with FEMA. That's the update from the federal side. They're all working with FEMA.
And just so I think the notice for this said that Administrator of FEMA was going to be here. That was the intention, but I think her plane got diverted over to Sarasota. So I think she's going to be at our Sarasota briefing when we do that later today. Yes, sir.
What damage have you assessed in western St. Lucie County over by unincorporated farmland?
Yeah.
So the unincorporated farmland is agricultural. We haven't had any really reports of structural damages because it's just that, agricultural. Right now we're focusing on rescue missions, and that area is to that half square mile radius there in northern Fort Pierce that we're doing the active rescues in. Everybody else is accounted for, although there's damage throughout the county. The agricultural area, again, is just that, agricultural area. So we'll get to that. We're just prioritizing things right now. It's still an active rescue mission.
Sheriff, to clarify, were the 5 deaths here in St. Lucie all from the tornado?
Yes, we're going to attribute those deaths to that specific area that we're doing active rescues in. Again, we're focusing on trying to rescue as many people as we can with the National Guard, with the SARS teams in here, and the amazing men and women of the Sheriff's Office and Fire Rescue. We were able to get 25 people out of there and get them in a safe area. But again, the work's not over. They worked through this storm. They worked before the storm, during the storm, and they're going to continue to work until we make sure that anybody there that needs to be rescued will be rescued.
Obviously, with every hurricane, tornadoes are a concern, but it seems like the story of Hurricane Milton really is all of the tornadoes. Have you ever seen something of this magnitude, just as far as the number of tornadoes and the amount of damage they did?
Well, I mean, every hurricane we have a lot of tornadoes spun off. I think we may have had more tornado warnings on this one than the typical hurricane, I would think. But to see what happened here, sadly, that is not something that's uncommon. These tornadoes, I mean, when Mother Nature, I mean, this is just churning. Things churn off these weather systems, and it's just devastating. And so this is unfortunately something that is kind of normal with the big storm. We probably had more warnings than we would with normal storms, but and especially the ones that come across the peninsula like this, you could get it. I mean, you've got east coast of Florida, Palm Beach, St. Lucie, a bunch of stuff happened over here, and you were probably hundreds of miles away from the eye of the storm at the time those tornadoes were spun off. But that is just that is to be expected to a certain extent.
It's not due to global warming.
Tornadoes?
Yeah, it's increase in tornadoes.
I think you could go back and find tornadoes for all of human history for sure, and especially Florida. How does this storm rate in in kind of the history of storms. I think it hit with a barometric pressure of, what was it, about 950 millibars when it hit, which I think if you go back to 1851, there's probably been 27 hurricanes that have had lower so the lower the barometric pressure, the stronger it is. I think there have been about 27 hurricanes that have had lower barometric pressure on landfall than Milton did. And of those, 17 occurred, I think, prior to 1960. And the most powerful hurricane on record since the 1850s in the state of Florida occurred in the 1930s, the Labor Day hurricane. Barometric pressure on that was 892 millibars. It totally wiped out the Keys. We've never seen anything like it, and that remains head and shoulders above any powerful hurricane that we've ever had in the state of Florida. The most deadly hurricane we've ever had was in 1928, the Okeechobee hurricane, killed over 4,000 people. Fortunately, we aren't going to have anything close to that on this hurricane, but even ones like Ian, where you had, wasn't even close to that. So I just think people should put this in perspective. They try to take different things that happen with tropical weather and act like it's something. There's nothing new under the sun. This is something that the state has dealt with for its entire history, and it's something that we'll continue to deal with. I think what's changed is we've got 23 million people. A storm that hits is likely to hit more people and property than it would have 100 years ago, and so the potential for that damage has grown. But what's also changed is our ability to do the prevention, to pre-stage the assets. I mean, we never did the pre-staging of power assets until I became governor. Now people expect that, but that wasn't what was done in the past. That's why people would be out with power for 3 weeks when we'd have hurricanes. We thought that that's not good. Now we have to pay to get these guys to come in, but my view is the quicker you get everyone hooked up, the better off the economy is going to be anyway. So why don't we just do that? Having the different search and rescue, having a state guard, all these different things are just bringing different tools to the fight, and it allows us to respond more effectively. So if we had the tools that we had in 1928 to fight an Ian or to fight some of these, you would have had higher death tolls. There's no question about that.
Speaking of history, sir, how many storms formed as rapidly as they have between Helena and Milton?
Oh, I mean, I think most people remember 2004, right? Where we had seemed like you had them every other week in 2004. Then there's also time period. We had from 2006 to 16, we had no hurricanes at all in Florida. There's also been times where we had a lot. The 1940s, we were getting hit a lot. Now more recently, we've had a spate of more. So that's just kind of the nature of it. But this really does. It has a lot of similarities to 2004 in terms of the season.
Yeah, Governor, a lot of folks, particularly quite a few who trust you and look to you for information, are possibly engaging in some misinformation about some entity controlling the weather. Can you take this opportunity to denounce that misinformation and set the record straight for folks who believe someone is controlling the weather?
Look, if I could control the weather, I would do 78 and sunny year round. Now we get that a lot in Florida, coming up in the months, but there would be no reason to ever do. So look. And this is on both sides. You kind of have some people think government can do this, and then others think it's all because of fossil fuels. The reality is what we see. There's precedent for all this in history. Like, it is hurricane season. You are going to have tropical weather. We hope that, a lot of the tropical weather are fish storms out in the Atlantic that never impact us. The reality is anything that gets in the Gulf of Mexico, it's got to hit something. Maybe it hits Mexico, maybe it hits Louisiana. But Florida is one, especially if it's when they bend east. We're the ones that are going to do. So like I said, there's nothing new under the sun. These are natural occurrences. We will deal with tropical weather for as long as we're Floridians.
What about the role of carbon emissions in propagating said storms?
Well, I've already addressed the historical record of the storms in Florida. Like I said, we've our biggest storm, our strongest storm by far remains the Labor Day from the 1930s. All right, we're going to go to Sarasota after this. We're going to go inspect the damage there, see what the needs are. I appreciate what the sheriff and his team are doing to help the citizens here. We are very, very saddened to see a tornado inflict such serious damage, including loss of life. These are things that are very, very tough to withstand. You don't get a lot of warning on them, and they're very, very devastating. And tragically, to lose 5 really is tough for this community. So our hearts go out to everybody who's been affected by this, and we're happy to have been supportive of the rescue efforts, and we'll continue to be supportive going forward. Thanks.
To the left, this way. Sheriff, hey, are there still people unaccounted?
That was Governor Ron DeSantis speaking in St. Lucie County, hard hit by some of the tornadoes that were spawned by Hurricane Milton. He reported about 5 fatalities. Thankfully, no other injuries reported so far, but again, that could change as they still need to assess much of the state.
Indeed, and we're all moving on here as best we can, including the governor saying gas stations, stores, things now starting to open up. In fact, even during that press conference, my phone's been blowing up from chefs and restaurant owners around town saying, get the word out. My restaurant at Icon Park is opening at 2. There's one in Celebration opening at 3, or 5 o'clock rather. So a lot of people affected, but not enough to stop their business. Again, to get this economy back and going, if you can, get out there and patronize the local businesses, then go for it.
Still a lot of work that needs to be done, though, to assess some of the problem spots, the roads that are flooded or down power lines, and a lot of power still, people without power, about 3.4 million people in the state of Florida without power right now. So they've got linemen stationed across the peninsula hoping to help out and restore some of that electricity.
Indeed, and later on this afternoon, if you're wondering about FEMA, right, getting some money to help with your repairs, today they say, the leaders there saying, a major disaster expedited request is something that they will submit to FEMA later on today. So hopefully for those of us who need it, we will get some of that money soon.
And debris removal will be a big part of that, and giving funding back to cities and counties to remove some of the debris. Lots of debris on the roadways and in people's yards as well. So there's going to be a lot of cleanup that needs to be done. Of course, where this hurricane hit there on the West Coast, a lot of extensive damage, but here in Central Florida also dealing with a lot of damage. And of course, we'll be covering that here on Spectrum News 13 throughout the afternoon.
Indeed. All right.